Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Wave 1 of the San Antonio Livestock Show Barrow Sift and Show. Again, the 2023 San Antonio Barrow Show. This is Wave 1. It's considered the dark wave. Yesterday we showed Berkshires, Spots, Polands, and Hampshires. Today we'll be showing 9 classes of Durocs and 9 classes of Dark Crosses. The way we'll do those is we'll do all 9 Duroc classes one after the other. And at the end of those 9 classes, we'll come in and do a lightweight division champ, a middleweight division champ, and a heavyweight division champ. And then we will pick an overall Duroc and reserve Duroc. Then after that, we'll do the same thing with those 9 classes of dark crosses through today. If you're new to tuning in with us, or if you know someone that needs to tune in, make them aware of how you found it. There's 2 different ways. If you've got a Facebook account, go to Taylor Fort's Facebook page, pull it up, find that live feed. It should be on the top of his feed, and you can log in that way, or you can go to taylorfort.com. If you go to taylorfort.com, pull up that page, click on the enter, and go to the top. There's a live tab, and when you click that live tab, it should bring up we should be the top live stream today because we're the only show that's live streaming today here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Appreciate you tuning in throughout the day. We'll talk numerous times, and we can't thank them enough, about our sponsors down in the bottom corners of our screen. Reason why we're able to webcast all of the junior livestock shows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show is because of those generous sponsors. So yesterday evening, the only thing that we didn't get wrapped up is recognizing the Texas bred winners in the Hampshire division. We got that list right after we went off air. So we'll go through those real quick. Typically during the SIF portion of the show, we will not be talking, but I'll go ahead and recognize our Texas bred winners from yesterday in the Hampshire division. Class 17, the first class of Hamps, exhibited by Colton Gober, raised by JDF Farms. Our Class 18 Texas bred champion was Kennedy Shoddy from Burger Farms. Our Class 19 certified Texas bred champion was Callie Lipham from McKinley Show Pigs. In our middleweight division, Class 20 CTBR champion was Emery Adamants bred by Cozart Family Genetics. Class 21 was Emma Spegner from Roundsville Show Pigs. Class 22, Tessa Camacho, raised by Lackey Livestock. Tessa's bear ended up being that middleweight division champion. Again, that bear raised by Lackey Livestock. In the heavyweight division, the first class, second in that class was Shelby Brown with bear raised by Lindner Show Pigs. In Class 24, the certified Texas bred champion was Gentry Locke, the bear bred by Wintex Farms. And of our heavyweight class, Class 25 yesterday, our certified Texas bred champions, also I believe the class winner, or no, it wasn't the class winner. Yeah, he was. Hagen Hodges won that class with a bear sired by Cozart Family Genetics. So that's our certified Texas bred champions yesterday in the Hampshire division. We'll do that after each breed wraps up from the certified Texas bred table. They'll bring us that information. Again, we're starting with Durocs today. We're just getting underway. Our main judge for the Duroc breed is going to be David Korb. Doug Albright will be the associate judge for this. They'll alternate back and forth. The dark crosses this afternoon. Doug will be the lead judge, and David will be the associate. So, again, we start our day off with the lightweight Durocs, Class 34. And there is 42 bears in the class. So we'll be back with you when the bears get to the main ring. Again, good morning out there, and welcome to the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show Market Barrow Show. This is day 2 of Wave 1. Again, today we'll show Durocs and Dark Crosses. So the sift process, which we won't commentate during, but during that sift process, if you had questions with how that actually worked, basically we've got a 2-judge system here in the Durocs. Our lead judge is David Korb. Associate judge is Doug Albright. So those kids come in one at a time, and you watch them come in and have their one opportunity in front of the main judge. That main judge decides if he likes them, he keeps them. And if he does like them and keep them, he actually sends them forward. They go right underneath the announcer stand where they're classified on a 3-member committee. And then if they make it through classification, they have their validation checked. If they make it through the validation check, they go to the scales to make sure they weigh within 10 pounds either way of their turn-in weight, and then they get put into a holding pen. So that's if you get kept by the first judge in the back. If you don't get kept, you go to the left, and our second judge, the associate judge, gives that hog another look. He will either send them to the ring, which is what we're looking at right now. This is the ring of pigs that the first judge didn't pin initially, but they're looking for, got to find a top 10 in each class. And then the other option he's got in that back area on the left is they can either go to this ring or they can go on straight to the truck. But that's what some kids end up doing. Our volunteers who do a great job. If you've ever been to San Antonio, there's a couple of guys that volunteer, and I think every kid that goes to the truck, regardless of whether they made the ring or not, gets a high five or congratulations from those guys and those volunteers. So San Antonio does it as good as we can, I think, in terms of making sure every kid gets as many looks as we can give them in a short amount of time. The other thing we do is we run 1,700 barrows through this ring in 2 days. So it's a combination of efficiency and also making sure those kids get a great opportunity to be seen. So they've cleared this ring. That means they've got at least 10 in the pens. I'm not sure how many they've got held back in this first class of lightweight Durocs. Lightweight Durocs, this first class goes from 250. Nearly all of them weigh 250. There are 2, one that weighs 252, one that weighs 253, so intermingled in here. But so now what our judges will do, they're waiting on everything to get processed underneath here, but then they'll start letting these out one at a time. They do consistent with what they did yesterday. If they like them, they'll plug them back up in here towards the top end. And if not, they'll leave them out there and make them drive. And again, we're looking for our top 10 in every class. Our top 10 all get ribbons and all go to the backdrop to get pictured. And then after that top 10 in every breed, there's a certain amount of hogs that actually make the premium sale that comes up here on Friday. In the Duroc breed, their magic number is 6. So 6 in every class make that sale on Friday. San Antonio sells 346 market hogs on Friday through their premium auction. So again, here in the Duroc breed, the top 6 in every class make it to that premium sale. So here in this lightweight Duroc, he's processing through. He's stuffed 3 back up here towards the top end that they'll rework. Almost made it through all of his initial pins. I tell everybody every time when I have the opportunity to broadcast on a webcast like this, the only positive thing that came out of COVID, I think, was our ability to live stream shows much better than we have in the past. Taylor Ford and his team do an absolute awesome job, I think, of getting in here and getting some really incredible angles and incredible views of the show. Make you feel like you're almost here. So if you weren't able to make the show, we're glad you're tuning in, making sure you're getting to watch your kids or grandkids or friends' kids or relatives' kids, or if you're a breeder at home, getting the opportunity to watch it. Glad you're tuning in. Hope you enjoy the webcast. And again, kind of mentioned earlier when we first came on the air, and I'll do it all throughout the day because I can't say it enough, we've got to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this for the San Antonio Livestock Show. Those generous sponsors support all of the youth shows down here and give us the ability to live cast all of our junior shows for the San Antonio Livestock Show. So Taylor Fort, as well as San Antonio Livestock Exposition, appreciate our sponsors. So if you have a personal connection to them, please help us thank them. Send them a text. Tell them thanks next time you see them if you enjoy the webcast. Okay, looks like they've got 5 pulled back in the top end, and they've already given that 6th place button. So again, I've told you the top 6 make the sale, so that's a critical decision right there between 6 and 7. Working our way to a top 10, and then we'll re-roll these 5 out. Show them again. All 5 of those are already sell hole makers, and then they will have the opportunity to try to win this class. So good luck to all of them. I think that's our final chip to give out. So there's our top 10 that we've got established here in our first class of the day, lightweight Durocs. And we'll redrive this top 5. Again, here in our Duroc show, our lead judge, our main judge for the Duroc breed is David Korb, with us from Oxford, Ohio this morning. They will kind of conversate and discuss, and they've been that throughout the show. Did a very good job of communicating with each other yesterday, but still running it efficiently and getting through them. And his associate judge is Doug Albright. Doug's from Coldwater, Michigan. Appreciate Doug being back. Doug's actually been to the San Antonio show the last couple of years. 2 years ago, he judged the crossbred gilts. Last year, he came down and judged the purebred gilts. And now we've got him in the Barrow ring. Mr. Korb, I believe San Angelo was the first major that he judged in Texas, and he did that last year. And then moved right over here to San Antonio to be Doug's judging partner here for the 2023 Barrow show here at San Antonio. Okay, so Mr. Korb gives out those final buttons. Young man in the middle is going to be our class winner. They'll check out a few things and get a few paperwork details done, but he'll grab the microphone and go to talking class. First class of the day, class 34, lightweight Durocs.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Wave 1, Day 2. We start out in the Red Barons here, lightweight Red Barons. Got a good pair of them here on the top end to work through. We elected to use the young man's Barrow here to win this particular class, and for me, he's the most attractive, he's the shapeliest, he's the boldest in his chest, and yet still has plenty when you get right in behind him. I think a very youthful Barrow that's still very comfortable in terms of his movements out here. Just a good kind of a pig and good livestock to win this first class. Animal in second, initially out of the gate, our reaction was, that's just a really good animal. He's maybe not the most tricked out in terms of his look up front, maybe just not the shapeliest, but everything just fits on him. He's very complete, he's very correct. He's a heavy structured Barrow that's very good in his front foot. He can get out and go. We could tweak him here or there, but like I said, just good livestock here on the top end. Animal comes next in 3, and certainly one that has a great presence from the profile. He's a heavy structured Barrow that's got a big rib cage laid in him. Like the way he can get out and drive out of his hip and hind leg. Got a stout mug on him. You watch him come right at you, and unfortunately, he's just not bold enough and square enough in his chest and knee to suit these two judges today. Young man's Barrow here in 4. I sifted him off the gate. I immediately regretted it, and I just told Doug, hey, send him in there. We'll go find him. An animal that's bold and stout in his rib. He's got some power. He's got some shape up high. I read him straight in his shoulder, and then from behind, especially in the sif pen, his hock wasn't good enough, and it's still not, but it's still better than some of the animals on down the line. Young man's Barrow that comes next here in 5 is a hog that I like in terms of his head carriage. I like in terms of his form. He's still got some power and presence from the profile. He's short and steep out of his rump. He's a little frailer about his rear bone. He doesn't pack as much punch from a muscularity standpoint as well. Young man's Barrow that comes next. Another hog with a good kind of presence from the profile. Good hip and hind leg in this Barrow up front. He's too straight. He's got to be wider and stouter in terms of his chest floor. Young man's Barrow right here, another one that's muscular up high, just a little too straight off both ends for us, but an animal with some power on the top side of his skeleton. Animals on down the line, good structured hogs to just run out of power to compete with the animals ahead of them within this drive.
Okay, so at the conclusion of each class, we'll have your top 10, usually pretty momentarily right afterwards. So I've got that top 10 here in our first class, class 34, lightweight Durocs. First place went to Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Second place went to Addison Ramsey from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Third place went to Charlie Hartman from Nolan County 4-H. Fourth place went to Ryan Balzer from Kerr County 4-H. Fifth place went to Owen Helms from Ballinger FFA. Sixth place went to Trent Helms from Ballinger FFA. Seventh place went to Reggie Cruz Spencer from Albany FFA. Eighth place went to Briley Cluffus from Marion FFA. Ninth place went to Cynthia McMillan from Lubbock Cooper FFA. And 10th place went to Grace Real from Crum FFA. So congratulations to our top 10 in our first class of the day, Class 34 Lightweight Durocs. And as we continue into our next class, Class 35, there's 42 Barrows in this class. All of them right around that same weight range as our first class. Most of them all weigh 250. There are a few that weigh 253 and 252. So for the most part, at that base weight, our weight range is 250 to 300 here at San Antonio Barrow Show. So best of luck in the sift in Class 35, 42 head. Okay, we're back in the main ring for our second class of Durocs, class 35. Our judges have kept and classified and weighed 12 head. Pulled one out of the Dead Sea that they're sending back to classify and weigh at this time. They've got 11 in the pens. So again, we'll be reworking those 12 for a top 10. Again, the top 6 in every Duroc class make the sale. Our lead judge for the Durocs, David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. So like earlier classes, basically we've got 2 stuff back already. They're redriving this top 12 to get their top 10. They'll probably put about 5 up in the top end to redrive, and then place from 6th to 10th. Kind of depends on the class. Once in a while they'll keep 6 at the top. Yesterday in the afternoon they just kept 4 in the top and placed 5th through 10th. So depends on what the depth of the class and how it works out. But here in class 2 Durocs, class 35, our second class of the day. Again, we have 9 classes of Durocs, and we'll show them all the way through. And at the end of the conclusion of our heavyweight Durocs, we'll go into a lightweight division drive. Upon the completion of the lightweight division drive, we'll have a middleweight division drive for those middle 3 classes, and then a heavyweight division drive for the heaviest 3 classes. Then we'll have an overall drive for our Champion Reserve Champion Duroc. So that's how we'll run the red ones this morning. If y'all remember, this is kind of why we show them, and you talk about kids that kind of surface and drive. This young lady's coming back in here. She's going to be sitting in the top 4. She actually showed her way out of the Dead Sea into the MAC classification pin. So Hopefully everything goes well on that first initial look, and you get up here where you need to be in that holding pen. But proof right here, this young lady's hard work and effort paid off. She's made the top 4, possibly going to make a sail hole as well. So showed her way up. So never quit. Okay, and they do have 4 back, and now they're handing out buttons. So I think that's 5 and 6 that'll be heading to the pins, and there's 7 that they're giving out. So a little different than they did in the first class. They've just kept 4 back. They've given out 3 buttons now. Again, those top 4 will redrive. All of those are sail holes. 5 and 6 are sail makers as well. That important decision right there at 6th and 7th has been made already. So we've got 5, 6, and 7 coming into the pins. They'll place 3 more, and then we'll redrive this top 4 here in Class 35 Lightweight Durocs. Fair enough, this is a lady that just came out. Will be making a sail hole today after showing out of the Dead Sea. So here is our final 4 in Class 35. 4 young ladies up here at the top end of this class, and they'll get those lined out. More than likely, Doug will give out 3rd and 4th, and then he'll hand those last 2 chips off to Judge Korb to give out and make 1st and 2nd decisions. So as they're driving these final 3, and I talked a little bit about these guys that congratulate the kids headed to the truck, but here at San Antonio, all volunteer driven, all volunteers that help put on this show and every show that they've got here at San Antonio at the rodeo. So an awesome set of volunteers they've had for many years here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. And got it down to his final 2. They're making a few last minute decisions and discussions. These guys have communicated well and did a lot of discussion throughout the day yesterday. They only admitted one time on the microphone that there was a discrepancy where one basically made the call. But they've done a great job of communicating. I think that helps each other when you got a dual judge system like this. It's not so much the ability to sort hogs when you get into these large shows. It's just the mental lapse and the mental drain and pressure that it puts on us. So there we got a class winner. Again, we'll do some final paperwork here on these top 2. In just a moment, we'll turn it over to Judge Korb for his comments on Class 25 Lightweight Durocs. Class 35, sorry.
Well, good class of red, and certainly some discussion to be had here on this top three of them. And we start with the young ladies, Barrow here in red, and by far he's the man amongst the group in this particular class. Very opened up in his chest floor. He's big about his rib, and we prefer his proportion in relation to the animal there in second. That hog still gets out of his hip and hind leg with some comfort. He's the stoutest and just strongest in his head view. You know, we can knock his crest down. And I think his biggest issue, and the reason it was even a discussion, is his forearm sets too far forward on his body, and he wants to compensate on his front foot and front pastern just a shade. Still, that's the bold, stout one that we prefer in terms of length of body out here today. Young ladies Barrow in second. Another one that is very broad in his back. He's very powerful as he comes and goes. An animal that we still like in terms of his body as well. We thought he was just a low-shouldered, long-bodied animal within this particular class. I need to stouten him about his head. I'd certainly like to secure him on his front foot as well. Still a very good animal. It was a close top pair. Just preferred the proportion of the animal in first. The hog that comes next in three hit me hard out of the gate because I do like his chest view. I like his look from the side. He's a fault-free kind of an animal that still has shape and dimension up high. You compare him to the other two, and he just runs out of power. We got to make him wider. We got to make him stouter at this stage in this game, but still a very good animal to be in third. Young ladies Barrow here in four. You know, I sifted this big out of the gate because I thought he was maybe just a little plain, and I still agree with my thought processes as we compare him back to the other animals. He's the fault-free hog that's just very sound and comfortable on the move. He's still got rib and body. He just doesn't have the bone or the look or the muscle that the others have ahead of him. Young man Barrow comes next, and a powerful hog that has some dimension and power as he turns and goes. He's the plain-headed one that's just a little too straight out of his shoulder. Still a nice animal there. Young ladies Barrow comes next, and I fought a little harder for this one than maybe what Doug liked. I like this guy's look from the side. I think he's very elevated at his shoulder. I think he's very neat in terms of his head and neck carriage. Still opens up well. He's short and steep out of his rump. He needs more muscle and power as you get in behind him. Good animal there. Young ladies Barrow that comes next here, and I think 6 or 7, a hog that is very unique in so many areas. He is as wide and stout as you can make him. Extremely, extremely bold in his top line. Got a really good neck on him, a huge hind leg, and it still is able to bend and flex. Unfortunately for her, he just comes in too many parts and pieces. He just wants to search out of his hind leg, gets off in his body. If we could put that pig together, he's certainly got big ring feature and pieces. Other hogs on down the line, just good animals that just didn't simply have enough to compete in this setting today.
Okay, I got your placings in Class 35, or second class of Durocs for the day. First place goes to Ireland Klaus from Joaquin FFA. Second place went to Jenna Hersinger from Magnolia FFA. Third place went to Miranda Ham from Enos FFA. Fourth place went to Aliana Frizzell from Stratford FFA. Fifth place went to Landon Stovall from Tom Green County 4-H. Sixth place went to Bentley Cathy from Wheeler FFA. Seventh place went to Kinsley Sarles from Snyder FFA. Eighth place went to Lane Canales from Sinton FFA. Ninth place went to Ansel Hodges from De Leon FFA. And 10th place went to Clarissa Gomez from Sweetwater FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 35. In Class 35, our second class of lightweights. We have 3 classes of these lightweights. We're now showing Class 36, our final class in the lightweight division. Again, at the conclusion of 9 classes of Durocs, we'll show that lightweight division, then we'll do a middleweight division and heavyweight division. So congratulations again to our top 10 in Class 35, now sifting Class 36 in the back. Okay, we're back to the main ring in Class 36. Again, our third class of Durocs out of 9. So this will be like the heaviest class in the lightweight division then when we come back and show later. Again, Class 36, a little bigger class than the first two. First two classes had 42 in them. We've got 50 in Class 36. Our judges have kept 10, I believe, right at 10 in this particular class. So as we go throughout the day and as they kind of keep it light in all these shows. I know in the sheep ring they had a loose sheep counter in the Market Lamb show, but we count mullets over here in the Barrow show. We've been a little bit more particular about mullets, and we've got one here that I just want to recognize, and the reason what we're pointing it out, I mean, it takes a little more effort to keep a good mullet. You know, we've decided that just long, shaggy, unkept hair is really not a mullet. It's just, you know, you can't find a barber. But this young man out here in the black shirt's in the top 2 or 3 that we've seen so far this week. Our judges have pinned 2 3-back here in Class 36. And our lead judge in the Duroc breed, David Cord from Oxford, Ohio. Associate judge, Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. They'll alternate back and forth. Doug will have the dark crosses this afternoon. In wave 1, what we consider the dark wave was yesterday and today. We showed spots, or Burke spots, Poland's, and Hampshires yesterday. Had 19 classes yesterday. We've got 18 classes today. Show the Durocs and dark crosses today. We'll have, they changed the schedule. It used to just be one layoff day in between. Now we'll actually, Monday is a dead day altogether. There's no move-in or anything in the Junior Market Barrow show. Tuesday, wave 2 will move in, what we consider the light wave. And Wednesday and Thursday, they'll show the light wave. So that'll be Chesters, Landrace, Yorkshires, and other crosses in the light wave. Okay, and this class kind of went back to what they did in the first class of Durocs. They've actually kept 5 at the top. They'll be they've grabbed tabs now and button chips, and they'll be giving out chips now. It looks like the 6th through 10th. So 6th right there is your final sale getter here in Class 36. So that decision is 6th and 7th. Very critical decision here at San Antonio. Again, top 6 in each of the Duroc classes go to the sale, premium sale on Friday. San Antonio sells 346 bears in their premium auction. Again, if you're enjoying the live stream, the views that we are able to give you, Taylor Fort and his crew, interns that they've got down there, they've been working hard here for almost 3 weeks now by the end of this thing. Very, very solid, and get out here, and whatever ring they've been in, they've been bringing you some very unique views of our kids showing, 4-H and FFA youth here in Texas showing. If you're enjoying this live stream and know and are aware of those sponsors down in the bottom corners of our screen, please let them know that you appreciate their sponsorship, because without their generous sponsorship, we wouldn't be able to be offering this live stream. We're glad you're tuning in. We hope you enjoy it, and we know there's many reasons why you can't make it down here to the San Antonio Livestock Show, or maybe if you're just wanting to tune in, we appreciate y'all tuning in. But if you do know those sponsors, please help us thank them. Okay, now we're redriving the top 5 here in Class 36. third class of Durocs. This will be, again, like the lightweight division when we bring them back. This will be the heaviest class in the lightweight division. So again, these 5 are automatic cell qualifiers, so the pressure's off from that respect. But now we're showing for a class winner here to see who gets to come back and show in the division drive. Okay, we're down to the top 2. Our judge, Mr. Korb, now has the chips in his hand. And there we've got a class winner here in class 36. We'll get the microphone in a minute and discuss this class.
Well, 2 very good barrows here on the top end, and yet still a no-doubter to win in the young ladies barrow there in white. An animal that is very comfortable, very flexible, very genuine, still shapely, still bold, just fits everything together very, very well. A good kind of animal to go ahead and win. Young men's barrow here in second. It offers maybe just a shade more extension off the front side of his skeleton. He's an animal that opens up extremely well, leaves you with plenty of power, very comfortable out here. We read him just a shade longer bodied, and he doesn't compare from a boldness and stoutness at the ground standpoint to the animal that wins. Still, very good animal to land in second. Young man does a terrific job driving. Young lady comes out next in third, and a very fresh hog at the top side of his skeleton. I like his muscularity. When you read him right at the back side of his shoulder, he's still got some dimension and power as he turns and goes. I'd like to open him up in his chest, but it's his pattern and balance that allows him to work himself into third. Hog comes next and fourth is certainly a unique animal, and you watch this guy come right at you. He's manly in every sense of the word. Got a huge form, a huge chest, a good kind of skull on him. You know, he doesn't tie his shoulder and his neck together quite as comfortably as he needs to, and ultimately that comes to his demise. An animal that I still think can get out and drive out of his hind leg. He's a little blander and a little flatter there in his rib cage as well, but a good kind of animal to be in 4. Hog comes next in 5. Certainly a hog that has some look and some design from the side. Got a big rear leg that can get out and work. You watch him come and you watch him go, and it's where he disappoints you. He's got to be wider underneath off both ends of his skeleton. Hog comes next, and certainly one that I like in terms of his design from the profile. An animal that can really get out and flex. He's got a fresh back, good skin and hair on him. An animal that just wasn't powerful enough as he came right to you. Got to stouten him in his form, stouten him at the ground in order to compete with the rest. The hogs on down the line here are good barrows that just need to be fixed from a structure standpoint, or just needed just a shot more muscle and dimension. All good kind of livestock that to round out the class, just maybe not quite as competitive as others.
Okay, we'll have your top 10 in class 36 momentarily. Now in the back, we're sifting our 4th class of Durocs, class 37. Your placings in Class 36 Lightweight Division Durocs. First place went to Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Second place went to Jake Duke from Blooming Grove FFA. Third place went to Leighton Harless from Aransas County 4-H. Fourth place went to Avery Wells from Bell County 4-H. Fifth place went to Kenley Scott from Midland County 4-H. Sixth place went to Mark Buckskemper from Levelland FFA. Seventh place went to Leighton Brooks from Coahoma FFA. Eighth place went to Bryce Harkey from New Deal FFA. Ninth place went to Branton McKeon from Merkel FFA. And 10th place went to Cooper Metter from Sweetwater FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 36 Durocs. Now sifting to the back, Class 37 Durocs. Okay, back here in the main ring, we move into our middleweight division, our first class of the middleweights, class 37. 57 records in this class, so 57 head, biggest class of red ones we've had so far today. Judges have kept 12 back in this particular class, so we'll be redriving that top 12 to get us a top 10. Again, top 6 go to the premium sale on Friday, so those are coveted sale holes, those top 6 as well. Best of luck to all our kiddos here in class 37 Durocs. Again, the first class of the middleweight division. So appreciate y'all tuning in. If you know someone else that you'd like to let them know or be aware to tune in, there are 2 different ways you can tune in to the webcast. You can go to taylorfort.com, the website. Once you get to the website, enter into the website, and on the top is a live tab. If you click on that live tab, it should take you directly to the live feed, and the web. This web stream should be on the top of that. Or you can go to Taylor Fort on Facebook. If you go to Taylor Fort's Facebook account, the live stream should be one of the first feeds on his Facebook account. So those are your 2 options. Obviously, y'all are already tuning in, but if you know someone that maybe doesn't have a Facebook account or is having troubles, or you just want to let them be aware that there's 2 different options, those are the 2 options. Got 3 pinned back here in class 37. Again, this is the first class of our middleweight division of Durocs. Like our weight range here in class 37, 265 to 272. So our lightweight division was 250 to 264. And then our first class here in the middleweight division, again, weight break 265 to 272 here in class 37. Like we've got 4 pinned back. Again, looking for top 10 ribbon getters, top 6 make the sale.
We would like to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Okay, so here in class 37, 5 pin back, working real hard right now, studying this set. Maybe the most important decision of the class, actually, when it comes to these kiddos' pocketbooks is right here. Difference between 6th and 7th. Doug's got the chips, and they've studied this group pretty hard and discussed them, and looking for 6th through 10th, it looks like, here in class 37 Durocs. Seems to be a lot of conversation going on between 6th and 7th here. Nothing wrong with that in today's time. These kids have dedicated a lot of time and effort, and anymore, if any of you have been around the show pig industry and know just how expensive this has become, they've got a lot of financial investment in this as well. So there's the important decision right there. 6th place goes into 6th hole. And we've got a button going to 7th. Yes, and they'll probably move pretty quickly on 7th through 10th and then get back here to resort this top 5. In judging class 37, 4th class of Durocs of the day. We've got 9 classes of these Durocs. So this will be the first class in the middleweight division. We get done the conclusion of our 9, bring back and show for our middleweight division champion. Got our 10 ribbon getters right there. That's the final chip here in class 37 Durocs. 2 of them will be out of the top 10 in this particular drive. We're up here going to redrive these top 5. Again, all 5 of these already made the sale, so congratulations to these young kids. And get us a class winner here in class 37 Durocs. Again, weight range in class 37, 265 to 272. Okay, here in class 37, getting down. We're down to the final three now. They've given fifth and fourth out. Three left out there driving to see who our class winner is going to be here in class 37 Durocs, our first class of the middleweight division. So there goes the third place chip. He'll give these two to Corb and let him place his top pair. Okay, we've got a class winner now in class 37. Here is Judge Corb for comments on our first class of the middleweight division.
We get into some middleweight barrows here on the red side, and certainly a little more discussion on the top end and just a little harder to piece together. We're very comfortable using the young man's barrow to win this particular class, and an animal that's an athlete out here, he never misses a beat. He's got a good hind leg, and I think he has the advantage just in terms of overall muscle power and bulk within this particular class. You know, I'd be the first to tell you, we got to set his shoulder blade back in him just a touch and allow his neck to come out just a shade more comfortably, but still, that's the bold, stout one that comes with a more genuine shape on the top side of his shoulder. Young lady's barrow that kind of breaks down on him here in the drive is an animal that I really like in terms of just his natural comfort out here. He's very bold, he's very stout, he's got a natural kind of rib cage laid in him, very powerful when you get right in behind him. As you read him right out on top, he's not nearly just as bold or as expressive as what my class winner was. I'd certainly like to just give him a shot more punch on the top side of his skeleton. The hog comes next here in 3, is certainly an animal that is very expressive up high. He's got a hind leg that can really reach a long way. At the same time, he's the longer bodied barrow that's a little bit lower at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to toughen him in terms of his jaw and his skull just a shade as well, but he's a good barrow to be in 3rd. Hog comes next in 4, and an animal that really has a great profile and presence to him from the profile. Its hind leg can go all day, and the young man does a tremendous job driving this particular barrow. He's got shape as he turns and goes. He gives up quite a bit as he comes right at you. You got to open him up in his chest and just give him more power as he comes. At the same time, we need to just toughen him up in terms of his bone and feature to compete with the top 3. Young man's barrow that comes next here in 4 is the stouter version of the other barrow, and one that I do like is he comes right at me. He's got a big form. He's still got muscle and power up high. We read him just a shade piecier in terms of his top line, his ham loin. He's got more jowl and crest up high. Just needs to come in a smoother package to compete with the others. Young man's barrow right here, neat looking from the side, a good hip and hind leg, good kind of shape up high. He closes up too much in his knee for me. Young lady's barrow, again, another powerful one up high. He's a notch more bold and stout in terms of his foot and bone. I think as you watch him drive right at you, we got to fix him in his knee and just open him up in his chest, give him a better look and design. Barrows on down the line are good market hogs in terms of muscularity and power. Just need to come in a smoother built, better designed package.
I got your placings in Class 37, our first class in the middleweight division of Durocs. First place went to Daniel Wan from Texline FFA. Second place went to Chelsea Parsons from Albany FFA. Third place went to Fisher Inman from Jacksboro FFA. Fourth place went to Jagger Collier from Schneider FFA. Fifth place went to Houston Hody from Washington County 4-H. Sixth place went to Tyler Gillum from Ropes FFA. Seventh place went to Avery Gonzalez from Rotan FFA. Eighth place went to Braden Lindner from Kendall County 4-H. Ninth place went to Regan Pearson from Hockley County 4-H. And 10th place went to Rachel Burchett from Breckenridge FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 36 Durocs. Again, that's the fourth class out of 9 classes of Durocs. We're now in the middleweight class of the middleweight division, and our middle class of the entire Duroc breed here. Class 37 sifting behind. Class 38. Hey, we're back up here live at the main ring. Class 38 Durocs, our middleweight class of the middleweight division, halfway through the red ones in this particular class. Judges have kept 14 in this set, so we'll be redriving those top 14 to find us a top 10 and a top 6. If you're just tuning in, welcome. If you're questioning and kind of wondering how that SIF system works, basically in the back as they come in, they get the opportunity to go by the main judge, which in this particular breed is David Korb. David will make a decision whether or not he likes them or not. If he likes them well enough, he'll send them up to classification, and then they go to validation and the scales into the holding pen. If he doesn't keep them on that initial SIF, they go to that side pen where Associate Judge Doug Albright takes a look at them. He then decides whether they come up here to the main ring to redrive for a second look, or if they go straight to the truck. And so that decision's made there. Those kids get two really, really good looks before those decisions are made. And then they come back, and if they haven't found 10, or if they get back out in the main ring and there was one maybe that got overlooked or got a poor look to start with, they can kind of reevaluate when they get to the ring and send them back and get them classified and weighed as well. So that's what we've done. That's where we're at here in Class 38 of the Durocs. Again, the middleweight class of the middleweight division. And there was 14 kept in this particular drive. So now they'll work back through and find that top 10. Top 6 go to the sale on Friday. Yesterday we had a couple of teams came in. Creighton Range wins the class with a team. This young group right here, brother and sister, going back into the pen. McLaughlin family race. Kind of a personal note, I helped them secure kind of their first show pigs. So glad to see them out here and doing it. Works for all kids out here, and great to see their success as they go back into the pen. That team, first one pinned back. Found another one they've liked here in Class 38, so we've got 2 kept back. If they do kind of consistent with what they've been doing, they'll keep probably 5 in this top end and really mull over that 6th and 7th place, which is what they've been doing, and that's critical for these kids. Again, the top 6 in this class goes to the sale, so we want them to make sure we get the best 6 in this class into the sale. It'll be on Friday. We got 4 pinned back here in Class 38. Again, the middleweight class of the middleweight division, the middle class of 9 here in the Duroc breed this morning at the San Antonio Livestock Show. He's got 5 pinned back, and if it's true to form what they've been doing, they will grab the chips now and study and mull over. No, they've pulled 6 now. They're going to pin back 6 in this particular class, at least. 7 back. Get in this heavier weight, they're in a little deeper class, so he's got 7 to redrive at least. Doug's coming over to get the chips now. Looks like they're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then come back and redrive those top 7. Okay, here in class 38, like I said, we got 7 pinned back, going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th. Middleweight class, weight break here, 273 to 278. I think they've got their top 10 now found, and we'll get them pinned, and we'll dismiss and clear the ring to redrive our top 7. So a little different than they've been doing. One class earlier, they just kept 4. Every other class, they've kept 5. They found 7 here that they like, though, and they're going to redrive. So maybe a little deeper class here in the Durocs as we get into the heavier, more competitive weights. Again, redriving a few more here in this particular class, class 38, 7 of them out here. Again, 6 of them will make the sale, so all 7 of these will be showing right here. One of them will be one out. I think we've got that one now. Just placed 7th and going back to the pin. So top 6 ribbon getters are out here. That'll be in the sale on Friday here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. San Antonio sells 346 bears in that premium auction on Friday.
Once we have your exhibitor do those gates, we ask that you please step aside. If you're walking through these large main alleys, especially over here by the show ring.
Race gets 6th.
So let's just stand still for a little while, let the hogs come through. We don't want anyone getting hurt as they come through the ring.
Sorting through them pretty quick, getting them rolled back in. Got them down to the final 3 now. They'll probably discuss them. Doug will give out that 3rd chip, and then he'll hand those other 2 off to Mr. Korb, who is our lead judge here in the Durocs today, to finish and place 1st and 2nd. Again, class 38, middleweight Durocs, weighing 273 to 278 weight break here. They've got them placed, and here is your judge, class 38.
Well, deeper, more challenging class to work through, and yet, maybe just not as much logic there on the top end and just tie into and dig into. We start with the young lady's Barrow because he's the pattern hog within this drive. He's an animal that's still shapely up high, still powerful as he turns and leaves you. I'll be the first to tell you I'd like to just set his shoulder back in him and just relax him in his blade, but we thought his look, his shape, his proportion within this drive is what allows him to win. I think through the sift gate, maybe those fuzzy ears and just a different coloration to his ear really threw me off. And then you read past that and just study the hog. He's got the bulk and the substance up high to win. Young man's Barrow in second is the power hog within this particular class, and he's certainly very athletic on the move. I love his chest. I love his power as you get right in behind him. Read him pretty short and cresty up high. I certainly like to just lengthen his neck and pretty him up from a show bearer perspective, but his density, bulk, and substance and power is what allows him to work in the top two. Young lady's Barrow comes out in third, and definitely the wild one within this particular class. This hog's neck is extremely long, and it sets very high on his body. He's still got shape. He's still got power up high. We read him flatter in his center body. He's longer body, and he just kind of comes apart in too many pieces from a show bearer perspective. If he could blend and balance just a shade better, he certainly would be in contention to win this class, but a very good animal to be third today. Young man's hog that comes next in four, very, very dense, very, very stout. I love his bone. I love just his feature out here today. He's too straight up front. He's too closed up at his knee. We need to lengthen his rump and just allow him to get out and drive more comfortably today. Young lady's hog that comes next, I think in five, is an animal that has a good skull and a good look from the profile. He gets too flat up in his upper cage. I'd certainly like to just give him more power through the center part of his body, but he's got a good look and some power when you get right in behind him. Young man's Barrow that comes next, one that we like in terms of his overall pattern from the profile. Got a good hip and high leg in this particular Barrow. He's too closed up in his knee right here as he drives right at us, and I'd certainly just like to give him more shape. Kudos to this young man for doing a great job today. Young lady's Barrow that comes next. Open up in his chest out here, an animal that's still good about his body, too round and steep out of his rump, just too plain in his overall appearance. Young lady's Barrow that comes next, good looking from the profile, just a little bit more bland in terms of his overall muscle. Hogs on down the line, good productive Barrows in terms of center body, just need more look and dimension to compete with the others.
Placings in class 38 Durocs. Again, the middleweight class, middle class of the middleweight division. First place in that class goes to Kylie Rodriguez from Abilene Wiley FFA. Second place goes to Jake Hammer from Potter County 4-H. Third place goes to McKinley Roden from Hill County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Jackson Powell from Jordanton FFA. Fifth place goes to Kaylin Johnson from Stockdale FFA. Sixth place goes to Race McLaughlin from Cook County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Britley Brock from Ponder FFA. Eighth place goes to Jessica Flaming from Parrington FFA. Ninth place goes to Jada Littlefield from Guadalupe County 4-H. And 10th place goes to Creed Spencer from Albany FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 38 Durocs, middleweight division of the Durocs. Now sifting at this time, Class 39. So we are third class in the middle division of Durocs. Our sixth class out of 9 in the Durocs. Again, Class 39 sifting at this time. Hey, we're back up topside the main arena for Class 39. Again, this will be the third class of our middleweight division. Sixth class out of 9 here in the Duroc division. I think they kept 12 back in this particular class to resift and find a top 10, top 6 cell hole getters. And obviously a class winner and second to come back and vie for that middleweight division championship drive. So again, redriving these 12, find a top 10 and a top 6. Appreciate y'all tuning into the webcast. If you can't hear the main announcer back behind me, he is actually calling off a list of vehicles that they're getting ready to tow. So one of the benefits of being able to sit at home and watching this webcast live here at San Antonio Livestock shows, you don't have to worry about getting towed. So we're glad you're tuning in. For whatever reason why you weren't able to make it to the San Antonio Livestock show, we think it's a great opportunity to be able to webcast these events so that you can see them almost like you're here. I think Taylor Fort and his stream team do an excellent job of getting some great views of these kids and these hogs out here in the ring and really showcasing our event here at the San Antonio Barrow Show. Again, just a reminder, TaylorFort.com is the website, Taylor Fort Facebook page, where you can go to those two sites and find this this live feed for today's show. So if you've got someone out there that you want to make aware of that and get in contact with and let them know just how to get on here and watch the live stream, those are the two options, TaylorFort.com and Taylor Fort Facebook page. Got 4 pin back at this time. Again, kept 12. So not sure last class he kept 7 and redrove 7. Again, 6 of these make the sale on Friday, so that's a critical place in that 6th and 7th place. And then obviously class winners and seconds will come back and show for middleweight division champ. This time we have 5 pin back, 6 pin back now after more discussion. So they've got 6 pin back at the top end. Doug's headed over to get chips now. Looks like they're going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Get us a top 10 here in Class 39 Durocs. Okay, we've got a top 10. We're going to redrive this top 6. Again, at this point, all 6 of these kiddos coming back out here and driving have qualified for the premium sale on Friday back down here at San Antonio. So congratulations to them. But now we'll show and see who we can get for a class winner and second to come back for our middleweight division drive. Okay, we've got all 6 of them. Really nice top 6 came out here and showing for the top end of class 39. Judges evaluating at this time. Boy, they've been working it. They'll place Doug will hand out chips for 3rd through 6th, and then the top 2 will be Judge Korb to present. Again, this is class 39. Weight break from 279 to 286 in this particular class. So again, this is the last class of the middleweight division. Okay, now we're down to a top 3. And our last 2 to be placed by Judge Korb. Again, our lead judge here in the Duroc division, David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. Associate judge this year for San Antonio, Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. They've been working through our breeds. Doug will be the lead judge in the Dark Crosses later this afternoon. Yesterday, David Korb judged the Burks. Doug was the lead judge in the Spots and the Polands. Dave Korb was then the lead judge in the Hampshire division. So working back and forth, working together as a team, kind of bouncing ideas and discussions off each other as they get into these classes, and seem to have worked pretty well together. Obviously, you're always going to have a disagreement or two, but I think they're really working their way and doing what's in the kiddos' best interest to really get the top end placed correctly. Now to Judge Korb for comments on Class 39, our 3rd class of the middleweight division here in the Durocs this morning.
Very tough call here on the top end between 2 Barrows that are very similar in terms of their type and kind. I guess, we had a pretty good discussion on where we wanted to land. One's maybe just a little bit sounder out here. The other one's just a little burlier. I think the animal that just brings more bulk and power to the party is a young man's Barrow in the center of the ring, and that's why he's going to win. I think as I get right into him, he's got more spread up high. He's got a bigger rib. He's a shorter-bodied animal that proportions better from the side. As you drive him right at you, he's got more just substance in terms of his chest. Now, he's starting to break down just a touch. A young man drove him pretty hard for a long time, and so I'm okay going ahead and using his build to go ahead and win. Young man's Barrow in second. Like we said, very similar in terms of type and kind. This guy does have a little bit more length in terms of his body. He's very secure on his feet and legs. I didn't read him just quite as bulky in terms of his center rib, and I thought his length of body worked against him within this particular drive. 2 very good Barrows there on the top end. Young man comes out next in 3, and another hog that I like in terms of just his skull. I like him in terms of his look from the profile. He's one that can get out and drive. He's got a great hip and hind leg. When it came down to it, you watch that animal drive right at you. He's too flat in his upper blade. He's too narrow in his chest to compete with the 2 animals ahead of him within this drive. Young lady's Barrow comes next in 4, and one that is a big ribbed and really powerful all the way through. We read him just a little bit plainer in terms of his shape up high. He came in just a few more pieces in terms of his natural comfort level out here, but one that is very good in his chest, very good in his skull, has plenty of power coming and going. Young lady's animal in 5 is one that can get out and wheel out of his hip and hind leg. I like him in his overall design from the profile. He's an animal that still has some shape and the top side of his skeleton. I thought he closed up just too much underneath for this particular judge. Hog comes next here in an animal that I like in terms of his overall mass and substance. He's a hog that has plenty of bulk in the center part of his body. He gets a little shorter out of his rump. He definitely closes is too much there at the ground, but an animal with some power to land where he does. Young man's Barrow that comes next. Another one that I like in terms of his ability to drive out of his rear leg. Got a very manly skull and a big rib cage in him up front. He's too forward in his shoulder blade. He's too forward in his elbow, and then he compensates on his front pastern. Hogs on down the line. This animal's got some dimension, got some bulk. He's too straight about his blade. Needs more shape up high. Young lady's Barrow that rounds out the class. A good skeleton animal that just needs more to him.
Okay, placings in Class 39 Durocs. Again, our third class, or the heavy class of the middleweight division, 6th class out of 9 in the Durocs. First place in that class went to Leighton Lotka from Floresville FFA. Second went to Lane Bodiford from Floresville FFA. Third place went to Tatum Brazil from Farmersville FFA. Fourth place went to Kirby Patrick from Cal Allen FFA. Fifth place went to Tinley Wilson from Brownwood FFA. Sixth place went to Wyatt Ducos from Medina Valley FFA. Seventh place went to Blaze Cozart from Early FFA. Eighth place went to Sidney Jones from Stanford FFA. Ninth place to Letty Leach from Albany FFA. And 10th place to Macaulay Hopper from Davenport FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 39 Durocs. Now sifting in the back, Class 40, our first class of the heavyweight division in the Duroc Drive. Okay, we're back to the main ring for Class 40, our first class in the heavyweight division here in the Duroc breed today. And we have 9 total classes of Duroc, so we're showing the 7th class of those 9 right now. That's class number 40. 52 head in this class.
The Duroc breed. Once we do our Duroc championship round, we will take a lunch break, and then we will resume judging after lunch with our Dark Cross red arrows.
Like the weight break here in this particular, the first class of heavies is 287 to 296. So 287 to 296 here in our first class of the heavyweight division. I don't know if you heard the main announcer announcing, but we are going to be taking a lunch break after the Duroc breed is concluded today. So we'll get 2 more classes after this one in the Durocs. Then we'll do the lightweight division champ, middleweight division champ, heavyweight division champ, and then an overall Duroc. And then we'll be taking a lunch break before we start the Dark Crosses. So if you guys are out there wanting to tune in for the Dark Cross classes, just take note of that. We will have a lunch break after the conclusion of the Duroc breed today. I believe we kept 14 back here. We're looking for a top 10 here in class 40. Got 2 pinned back. I think a third one just got pinned back as well. Okay, so again here in class 40, 14 kept. We're looking for a top 10 here in class 40. We've got 4 put back at the top end of the class. Top 6 Barrows in class 40 will actually go to the premium sale on Friday. They've found a pretty nice set they like here in this particular class. They've pinned 6 back at this time to rework on this top end. Okay, now they're coming over to get chips, so it looks like maybe they're going to keep these 6 to redrive, place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th now, and dismiss and clean our ring, and then we'll go ahead and redrive this top 6 probably. Again, we're in class 40, first class of the heavyweight division. Barrow's weighing from 287 to 296 in this particular drive. Okay, that's our 10th place button. Goes out. So we've got our top 10 ribbon getters here in class 40. These other 4 will be dismissed. Very competitive drive. Found a few more in this particular class than they have in a few of the earlier ones. So expect this top 6 to be really competitive. Again, these barrows weighing from 287 to 296. Our first division of the heavyweight, our first class of the heavyweight division here in class 40. So again, here in class 40, these top 6 that we redrove, all of them have qualified for the sale. So congratulations to these top 6. We've got 6 and 5 placed back at this time, still reworking their top 4. Hey, so we've got our class winner here in Class 40 Durocs. As soon as we get a little bit of record keeping done, we will turn it over to our judge, David Korb, to talk the top 10 in Class 40.
Well, again, a challenging and difficult class to line up and put together, especially here on the top end. And we land on 3 of them there pretty handily that just kind of have the presence and just have the athleticism it takes to land in the top 3. And then when we get those 3 out here and just study them as they come right at you, one of them has the definite advantage, and that's the young lady's Barrow that wins the class. He's by far the boldest and squarest in his chest. That Barrow's got a big tail root and a really good hip and hind leg laid in him. We like his rib cage, and yet still an animal with enough shape up high to go ahead and win. Now, he's not nearly the most elevated or the prettiest ahead of his blade, and that's certainly where we like to change him, but still within this particular class, as you watch the other 2 come right at you, they're just simply not good enough in that regard, and that's why that Barrow wins. Young lady's Barrow in second. If you want to have more shape and you just want to have maybe a shot more bone, this is the animal to do so, and he's got that up high. I love those things about him. You watch that hog drive right at you, and he just disappoints you in terms of the spread that he has between his knee. Just caves too hard for us today. Young man's Barrow that comes out in third is the profile hog within the drive, and certainly one that is awfully attractive in terms of his look ahead of his blade. His ability to get out and drive out of his rear leg is very good. I like the shape to his skull. I like the shape to his ear. You watch that hog come right at you, and he's just too frail about his forearm. He's too narrow in his base at the ground. I thought he gave up some in terms of blade and rib cage as well in relation to the other 2. Hog comes next in 4, and an animal that is very good in terms of just his skull. He's very good in terms of his bone. A hog for us that just narrows too much when you get right in behind him. An animal that wants to get a little higher about his crest, and I'd like to see a good Barrow that can really get out and wheel out here. Just got to fix them in those 2 areas. Young lady's Barrow that comes next here, and I believe 4th or 5th or 6th is an animal that is very shapely up high. I love his chest as he comes right to you. He gets too short and steep out of his rump, and consequently doesn't use his hind leg quite as well. I need to stouten him about his jaw as well, but a shapely, bold Barrow in terms of his chest floor to land where he does. Young man's hog comes next, and another one with a good skull and a good shape to his rib. I like the muscularity that he has in his back line. We didn't see him comfortable enough on his feet and legs to get up any higher than where he was. Young man's Barrow here, good build, good design, just needs more to him. Animals on down the line, same kind of story. Good, productive kind of animals that just simply need more shape and look to really compete with the animals ahead of them. Very good class, good way to work into the next set of Duroc Barrows.
Okay, got placings in Class 40 or top 10. First place went to Ava Luke from Hampshire Fannin FFA. Second place went to Cadence Butler from Ochiltree County 4-H. Third place went to Lawson Canales from Sinton FFA. Fourth place went to Lincoln Coates from Levelland FFA. Fifth place went to Hattie Tyson from Randall County 4-H. Sixth place went to Brayson Beck from New Home FFA. Seventh place went to Peyton Lay from West Texas FFA. Eighth place went to Trinity Watts from Grandview FFA. Ninth place went to Riker Brown from Klondike FFA. And 10th place went to Ryan Rust from Navarro FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 40. Again, that was the first class of the heavyweight division here in the Durocs. Have two more classes of Durocs left. Sifting in the back is now Class 41. We'll have two classes of heavyweights, so both these classes will be from looks like 97 to 300. So have 36 head in this class 41, 37 head in Class 42. So two more classes of Durocs, and then we'll go into our division champion. Okay, you're in class 41. Again, our next to last class. Actually have two classes of these heavyweights from 297 to 300. This is the first class. Our judges have kept 10 here in this particular drive. 36 head in the class. So for planning purposes, we will be judging this class. We've got our heavyweight class, our last class, and then we'll be rolling into our division drives. We'll do a lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight division, then an overall Duroc. Then we'll be taking a lunch break. So for planning purposes, make sure you kind of get that on your schedule so you'll know when to tune back in to watch the Dark Cross drive this afternoon. 9 classes of Dark Crosses. We're on class 41. Again, the next to last class of the Duroc breed, so the middle class of the heavy division, essentially. Barrow's weighing from 297 to 300 out here. Judges have pinned back 4, only kept 10, so those will be our 10 ribbon getters. Just a matter of getting them lined out now. Doug's coming over to get the chips, so we're going to start placing them. Looks like we've got 4 back in the pen, so we'll place 5 through 10. Now we got 5 back in the pen now, so we're going to place 6 through 10 at this point. And then we'll redrive that top 5. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the live webcast, getting some really good views of these kiddos and these hogs getting showed out here at the San Antonio Barrow Show. Make sure you tune in for the Dark Crosses this afternoon. Again, the rest of the week, Wave 2 will be back on the air Wednesday and Thursday with the light wave. So we'll have Chesters, Landrace, Yorkshires, and other crosses in that wave. This first wave of barrows, we had right at 1,730 head, I believe was the number that we ran through in 2 days here. Again, yesterday we started our day with Berkshires, then Spots, then Polands, and then ended the day with 9 classes of Hampshires. Today we've got this Duroc breed, 9 classes of Durocs, and then after lunch we'll have 9 classes of Dark Crosses. So we've got them placed 6 through 10. We're going to redrive these top 5 now to find us a class winner here in class 41 Durocs. So just paying a little more attention, they actually already did place 5, so they're just redriving these top 4. Here in class 41 Durocs, again, our middle class of the heavyweight division, 3 classes of the heavyweight division. There'll be 4th. And having a good, healthy discussion, I think, and not trying to be presumptuous. I think they've got one they like out here, and then trying to figure out just second and third right now at this point. But good class of Durocs. Again, our next to last class of red ones here, class 41. Barrows ranging in weight from 297 to 300. He'll give those final 2 chips to David Korb, and he'll get us a class winner in just a moment. And that's why they didn't ask me to judge. So, again, very close contention right here. Good discussion on what we're going to do here in the top 2 as well. Nice set here towards the top end of class 41 Durocs.
Was a classic case of bulk versus build up here on the top pair, and I think both of them fit the same pattern in terms of look and design. We just felt that the young ladies, Barrow here to my left, just simply had more power. He's got more power in his chest, he's got more shape in his back, and then you get right in behind him, he just got more width and dimension. Now we had to make a structure call there because he's not nearly as smooth in his joint from behind. He's not nearly just set back in his shoulder is what our second place Barrow is, but we just simply thought he had more to him, and from a market hog perspective, was good enough built to go ahead and win this particular class. If you're a structure guy, you're going to side with the animal in second, and certainly I like his look, I like his squareness build and his design. I think a really neat-headed kind of an animal that simply does have some shape and have some power, just simply gets outpowered by the other animal within this particular class. I thought both of them were very good. We thought this one's length of hip could have been just a shade better as well, and that's where the class winner had the advantage. Good pair of them. Had some discussion there on the top end. Young man's Barrow comes out in third, and he's the bold, stout one within the group with a big back leg. You get riding behind that hog, and he's very impressive in terms of his stoutness. An animal that I like in terms of his elevation of shoulder. I think as with the drive wears on, he gets just too straight about his shoulder, too straight about his blade. Never really was the most comfortable out here on the move. The young man's Barrow comes in fourth, and very impressive in terms of his bulk and his dimension. One that is very, very good in his back line. I thought this animal was just too low at the point of his shoulder. Gets out in his elbow, not neat enough in terms of his head carriage to compete with the other three. Young lady's Barrow in four, another power hog in terms of boldness and stoutness as he comes right to you. I still like his ability to get out and go. Gets too plain in terms of his head and neck. It just needs more dimension as you get right in behind him. Young lady's Barrow here, I think in fifth or sixth. One that we read is just maybe just too mature today. This animal's stout. He's got a good set of running gear underneath him, like his head, like his dimension. Just reads too mature in his neck, his head, the shape to his back, and just the shape that he has as he turns and goes. But a good kind of a pig to be where he is. Animals on down the line here. This young lady's Barrow is one that we thought had a good shape to his body, just wasn't nearly as unique in terms of his look up front or the stoutness to his head. Young man's Barrow's very stout, just a little too moderate, a little too round. Barrow's that rounded out the class. Just good skeleton, good structured animals that need more look and design to compete.
Okay, placings in Class 41. Again, our 8th class of 9 classes of Durocs today. First place went to Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA. Second place went to Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H. Third place went to Barrett Burns from Randall County 4-H. Fourth place went to Jacob Powell from Jordanton FFA. Fifth place went to Lexi York from Valley View FFA. Sixth place went to Briley Wade from Joshua FFA. Seventh place went to Lillian Boren from Bangs FFA. Eighth place went to Kane Albrock from Potter County 4-H. Ninth place went to Davis Peterson from Medina FFA. And 10th place went to Case Cook from Martin County 4-H. Congratulations to your top 10 ribbon getters in Class 41. Again, we're now sifting in the back our final class of Durocs for the day, Class 42. After we conclude Class 42, we'll go into our division drives, lightweights, heavyweight, or middleweights, and then heavyweights, and then pick us a Champion Reserve, Champion Duroc, and then after that, we'll take a lunch break. Here in Class 42, our judges have made their final decisions for the top end. I think they've got 11 in the holding pens at this time. They'll rework for a top 10 and a top 6 to go to the sale, and a class winner to come back and show for our heavyweight division champion immediately upon the conclusion of Class 42. Again, we are showing the final class of Durocs out of 9. Upon the completion of this, we'll roll into our division drives. We'll start with the lightweight, go to the middleweight, and then the heavyweights. Found a couple they like right off, rolled them back in here. Are counting along with us at home, definitely a point given to the mullet counter in this particular drive. And finishing up our final class here, working on Class 42, looking for a top 10, a class top 6 make the sale. We'll roll right into the division drives. San Antonio, you just never know. Looked like early in part of the week it was kind of cool and damp, and then today it's kind of warming up in a hurry. Surely wished I had the garage door opener. I could just roll all these garage doors up and air this place out, because I think it's going to warm up here the next couple of days at San Antonio. Get all kinds of weather here. Found 4 they like here in the top end of Class 42. Okay, so kept 4. They've already given 5th place button out, so placing 5th through 10th now at this time. There's our top 10 button getters here in Class 42. Again, we've got 4 up here at the top. We're going to redrive, get us a class winner here in Class 42, our final class of Durocs for the day. Weight range in this class, 297 to 300. Okay, going to work down to a top 2 now here in Class 42. There's second. Young man will be first. Congratulations here in our final class, a Heavyweight Duroc, Class 42. Turn it over to our Judge David Cord for comments on our heavyweight class.
Well, we get into this 200 and our 300-pound class here to round out the Durocs, and we got a power hog to win, and one that is so bold and so genuine everywhere. Very, very big in his back. He's huge in his chest. Got a big form and still square and comfortable from behind. Critics of my class are going to say he's too flat-footed and just not comfortable enough out of his shoulder, and I'd maybe agree with parts of that. At the same time, to get that much genuine power and just dimension all the way through and to handle with that much squareness is going to come and compromise in parts and places. We feel very comfortable using that hog to win this class. Young Ladies Barrow in second is one that reads like a heavyweight hog in terms of his frame size. I think that works against him in a way because he's given up too much in the center part of his body to compete with that other animal. He is more comfortable out of his shoulder. He is more comfortable on his front foot, and he does have a lot of bone. I like the way he comes at me, and yet he still has some power when you get right in behind him. Like we said, there's just not enough bulk there in the center part of his body to beat the animal that beats him. Hog comes next in 3, and one that I do like in terms of his overall just boldness to his body. He's an animal that is still, has some flexibility and reach out of his shoulder. He wants to duck up underneath himself, out of his hip and hind leg. He gives up some bone, and he's not nearly as neat in terms of his look up front. Young Ladies Barrow that comes next here in 4 is a barrow that's got a big front foot, and he can get out and roll out of his hip and hind leg. I read his shoulder blade too far forward onto his body. He's an animal that gives up some power in terms of just rib and shoulder blade in comparison to the animals ahead of him. Young man's barrow that comes next is one that can get out and reach out of his hip and hind leg. A hog that I do like as he turns and goes. A hog that just reads lower about his shoulder. Just needs to be more elevated and stouter in terms of his bone work. Young man's Barrow here is a bold-bodied, stout one up high, gets to underneath himself and wants to close up in his knee, but he's got plenty of shape up high. Young man's Barrow right here has got really big legs and a neat kind of look from the side. You get him behind that particular barrow, and there's just not enough muscle to compete with the others. Hogs on down the line are animals that are good built, good design. This one just needs more power. This one just needs to be a little bit longer about his hip. Other animals on down the line just need to be a little bit better structured to compete today.
Placings in Class 42, Heavyweight Durocs.
Exhibiting 10th place, Nolan.
Okay, placings in Class 42, that Heavyweight Duroc class. First place went to Archer Albrock from Potter County 4-H. Second place went to Ramsey Wall from Ira FFA. Third place went to Stephen Bomer from Coryell County 4-H. Fourth place went to Brinley Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Fifth place went to Jaden Vergara from Levelland FFA. Sixth place went to William Treadway from Jacksboro FFA. Seventh place went to Jackson Murphy from Haskell FFA. Eighth place went to Grace Sherman from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Ninth place went to Hayden Sherman from Wiley FFA. And 10th place went to Nolan Niemer from Nolan County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 42. Now getting prepared to show for our lightweight division champion, waiting on those class winners in seconds to come up. Again, the first three classes of Durocs will be in the lightweight division drive momentarily. Hey, we're just about to get all ready for our lightweight division champion drive here in the Durocs. And this will be class 34, 35, and 36. They are lightweight class winner, class 34, exhibited by Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Second in class 34 was Addison Ramsey from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Out of class 35, class winner Ira Lynn Close from Joaquin FFA. Second in that class, Jenna Hersinger from Magnolia FFA. Class 36 winner coming out, Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Second in that class, Jake Duke from Blooming Grove FFA.
We'll get into the lightweight division drive for the Red Barons here. If we could, let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. It's been a challenging red show, and honestly, we thought the lightweights were as deep as any of them, especially there on the top end. There's two of them out here that come into contention, and yet there's one that suited us very well from the time he hit the SIF pin all the way up until his class, and as he comes back out here, still very, very fresh, never misses a beat from a skeleton standpoint. I think just a very good animal. The heaviest in this division is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion in the lightweight division, exhibited by Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Brings in second for contention in that class, Jake Duke from Blooming Grove FFA. They're studying for reserve. I want to go ahead and announce in this lightweight division, class 35 Durocs, the certified Texas bred winner in that class 35 was Landon Stovall from Tom Green County 4-H with a Barrow bred by 4-5 Livestock out of Lamesa. And in class 36, your certified Texas bred champion was exhibited by Leighton Harless from Aransas County 4-H, Barrow bred by Powell Livestock from Jordanton. So congratulations to our certified Texas bred winners in the lightweight division of Durocs.
We're dropping that second place Barrow in one that we like in terms of his extra extension up high. You know, I think he does have the advantage in terms of muscle up high, maybe in comparison to another animal out here. You know, we criticize him. His bone is probably just a little bit closer to the average side. At the same time, he's a shade longer about his body. There's another one out here that suits us very well. We think he has the advantage in bone work. He's a big-chested Barrow that fits together extremely well. I think his balance and proportionality is extremely good. Our lightweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion in the lightweight division comes out of the lightweight class 34, exhibited by Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Congratulations to Cambry Wilson, Midland County 4-H, our champion lightweight. Reserve champion lightweight exhibited by Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Now waiting on our middleweight first and second place class winners to come up here out of 37, 38, and 39. And I'd like to take this time, though, and recognize our certified Texas bred winners from those particular classes. Out of class 37 Durocs, the winner was Rhett Wan from Texline FFA, Barrow bred by Philip Showpigs out of Roscoe. In class 38, certified Texas bred winner Kylie Rodriguez from Abilene Wiley FFA with a Barrow bred by Lackey Livestock. And out of Class 39, our Certified Texas Bred winner, Lane Bodiford from Floresville FFA, Barrow bred by Powell Livestock from Jordanton. I think we've got them all here for our middleweight division drive. So this will be Class 37, 38, and 39 represented. Out of Class 37, your class winner, Daniel Wan from Texline FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Chelsea Parsons from Albany FFA. Out of Class 38, we have Kylie Rodriguez from Abilene Wiley FFA, first place. Second place exhibited by Jake Hammer from Potter County 4-H.
Class 39, Leighton Lotka, Floresville FFA.
Out of Class 39, your class winner exhibited by Leighton Lotka from Floresville FFA. Second in Class 39, exhibited by Lane Bodiford from Floresville FFA. So we just announced those Texas bred winners and the first two classes. These are your Texas bred winners out here exhibiting. And the representatives in the ring, Daniel Wan out of Class 37 from Texline FFA. Here's a judge for...
Well, we drop out our middleweights, and if we could, let's put our hands together for these kids in the ring competing for your champion middleweight honors. We drop them out, and Doug and I will be real honest with you. We're maybe just not married to any one of them out here, and just necessarily just completely fired up about any of them out here. But they're quality animals, and certainly deservedly so, won their classes and worked their way through to get to this point. It's between the young man's Barrow right here in front of me and the young man's Barrow there to my left. In our opinion, I think one of them just reads stouter at the ground. He's an animal that's more comfortable in terms of his movement. He's reads stouter about his skull. He's still very shapely up high. I think just a very complete, correct, good kind of a Barrow to win today. Young man's hog right here is my champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Daniel Rick Wan.
Your middleweight division champion exhibited by Daniel Wan from Texline FFA. Brings in second from that class, Chelsea Parsons, to show for reserve champion middleweight division. Daniel Wansborough was the certified Texas bred winner in that class, so champion in the middleweight division, certified Texas bred winner, bred by Phillips Livestock from Roscoe.
We drop in that second place Barrow, and I was pretty high on that particular hog within class. He's one that just really wanted to fight the young lady out here today and really broke down in class. It just made it easier for us to go ahead and use the young man over her. We bring that pig back out here, and I love his genuine width underneath. I think he's naturally got a big rib cage. I think an animal with still a very good look and presence to him. You know, he's maybe just not quite as shapely up high as what the other one is out here. There's give and take. The animal we like next best is young lady second place. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion middleweight comes out of the same class, class 37. Second place in that class, reserve champion middleweight, exhibited by Chelsea Parsons from Albany FFA. Congratulations to our middleweight champion, Daniel Wan from Texline FFA, middleweight reserve champion, Chelsea Parsons from Albany FFA. We'll get reloaded now to show for our heavyweight champion drive in the Durocs. As we're getting those class winners and seconds from class 40, 41, and 42, the heavyweight division loaded up, I want to announce our certified Texas bred winners for those particular classes. Out of class 40, class winner Ava Luke from Hampshire Fanted FFA, bred by Reeves and Smythe Livestock out of Hyco. Out of class 41, Durocs, your class winner Sage Beard and Kroll FFA was also the certified Texas bred winner. Barrow raised by Clay Farms of White Deer, Texas. Congratulations, Mike. And our class 42 winner in the our certified Texas bred went to Ramsey Wall from Ira FFA, the Barrow bred by Stork Livestock from Hyco, Texas. Congratulations to our certified Texas bred winners here in the heavyweight division as we get ready to bring them out and show. Again, for planning purposes, after the conclusion of the Duroc drive, we will take a lunch break. We'll start back after lunch with our Dark Cross drive. 9 classes of Dark Crosses this afternoon. We're getting close to doing our heavyweight drive. I think we'll be starting here momentarily. We'll tell you why I got a pause in the action. I want to wish a happy birthday to Tell Stevens. Christy Stevens said that she forgot all about it yesterday and couldn't afford to go buy him anything on the Midway, so she just wanted me to wish him a happy birthday. Getting ready for the Duroc Drive, we're working on a situation. Unfortunately, these hogs have to weigh within 10 pounds either way on their respective weight divisions. So as we bring them back up here, they have to qualify across those scales every time they come to the ring to show. So it looks like one of our class winners did not make that weight or was over or under that weight, and so unfortunately won't be driving in the Champion Drive. So I got in trouble for giving a birthday shout out. So as we get down here to San Antonio, all of our stock show families have been on the road for a while. San Angelo, everyone was busy with that, and then a lot of them come down and set up camp closer to San Antonio with first wave and second wave barrows. So shout out to all of our exhibitors, even those wave 2 exhibitors that are waiting and watching at home. And I hope you're happy now. No, that's another nice thing about having the live feed is the ability to for those second wave kiddos to be able to be just like they're here and watch their other competitors compete out here. So we're in the Duroc Drive. Bring out Class 40 winner, Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H. Bring out our Class 42 class winner, Archer Albrock from Potter County 4-H. Second in that heaviest class, Ramsey Wall from Ira FFA. Class 40 to show for our champion. We bring out Cadence Butler from Ochiltree County 4-H to show. So there's your three showing for our heavyweight division champion here in the Durocs.
Let's give our heavyweight class winners a nice round of applause. We get out here, and unfortunately, we lose one, and just part of the game. It happens. You got to push the limits to compete at the highest levels, and that's just part of what happens with raising show barrows and competing at the highest levels. We get out here, and I'll be the first to tell you, I'm a little more Shane Brenning than I am Brian Arnold, and I prefer hogs that are maybe just a little bit smaller and fresher, and just a shade more youthful. But you judge what's in front of you, and you judge what you have. I think as we get them out here, it's between a powerhouse and just one that's just a little bit fresher today, and I think it just comes down to comfort out here. I think the animal that has the advantage is more secure on his front foot. He's still very wide. He's still very expressive and muscular. A very good animal, in our opinion. Young lady in red's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
So out of this test, out of the heavyweight division, your champion comes out of Class 41, Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA, barrowbred by Mike Clay Showpigs. Bring in second from that class, Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H.
Well, I think as we drop in that second place here for reserve contention, he fits the mold as far as feet and legs, look and design. An animal still with a really good design. We question just his power, just a shade in class. I think as you drop him back out here in relation to what we're working with elsewhere, he's the next best. He's going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion comes out of Class 41 as well. That was exhibited by Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H. Again, congratulations to our heavyweight division champion, Sage Bearden, Kroll FFA. Second place in that class, Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H. We are reloaded now and getting ready to show for our Champion Duroc drive. Again, champion and pick a champion and reserve champion out of those respective division champs that we just got done placing. While I got a minute, I did get a little information on another class winner that we just had out of class 42. Barrow raised by Olson Farms. That was the Albrock Barrow. Creation bred by Olson Farms. Litter mates and stud at upper hand. Mate to swing your sword and Pirate's Blade. So now we're going to pick a Champion Duroc out of the lightweight division. And Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Reserve division on deck is Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Out of the middleweight division, your champion exhibited by Daniel Wan from Textine FFA. Reserve champion in that middleweight division on deck is Chelsea Parsons from Albany FFA. Out of the heavyweight division, we bring in Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA to show for Champion Duroc. Waiting on deck in the heavyweight division, Renly Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H with your reserve heavy.
Well, one last time in the Duroc breed, let's put our hands together for your champion division winners here today. I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't a challenging show to try to piece together and work through and just sort through lots of different shapes and sizes to work with. In a lot of cases, a lot of classes, maybe not just an animal that just completely stood out and was the easy choice to win. Still, as we get back out here, there's one that has suited us from the time he hit the SIF pin through division to today right here in front of us in this Grand Drive. Young ladies, lightweights are champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations for your Champion Duroc, exhibited by Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Now brings in to show for reserve champion Caden Reynolds from Collin County 4-H. Showing for reserve Champion Duroc this time.
We drop in that reserve in that first division, and this closes my time on the microphone in this first wave. It's been a great experience working with Doug and a fun 2 days here. We still got Dark Crosses to go through here later today before we break for lunch. I think it gets close between that the reserve lightweight and this heavyweight. I think as you get into them and get right on them, there's one just simply overpowers the other. I think he's got a neater look up front. He's an animal with a really big chest floor. And just a great design from the side. Our heavyweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve Champion Duroc comes out of the heavyweight division, exhibited by Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA. Congratulations again. Champion Duroc exhibited by Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. Reserve champion exhibited by Sage Bearden, Kroll FFA. We are on lunch break, and we will start back with our Dark Crosses upon the completion of the lunch break. We won't start no earlier than 12:30 is what our public address announcer is just saying. So we'll shoot for 12:30. Well, good afternoon, and welcome back to the San Antonio Barrow Show. Sifting now our first class of dark crosses. We roll off into our dark cross breed. Again, 9 classes of dark crosses this afternoon. Typically during this sift session, we will be silent. But first time out, if you haven't seen the way San Antonio works, and certainly describe this a little bit, our lead judge for the dark crosses is Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. So every kid comes out one at a time. First chance you get seen right there by Doug Albright. So Doug's looking at that barrow. He's decided to send that one over to the associate judge for this particular breed, David Korb. So now David will look at him, and David has 2 options at this point. David could send that one to the ring, or he can go ahead and send that one to the truck. Typically when they send him to the truck, they also give a little explanation of that kiddo, just like he did right there. So that one is headed to the truck. But that girl got 2 very good looks as she came through here with her dark cross barrow here in the lightweight class. So when Doug keeps one over there, first initial look, this young lady in the purple, she's going through that gate. She's going to go right back to the classifiers, which, yes, we classify dark crosses. And so the dark crosses will get classified and then also go to the validation area where their validation will be checked, and then they get weighed. They have to weigh within 10 pounds above or below their turn-in weight. And if they do that and qualify, then they get to come to the holding pen and wait out until the class is ready to start working the top end. So that's a little the way our sift works. Again, we have 9 of these dark cross classes going throughout the day. We'll go quiet for the time being until we get to the main ring with the top 10, or looking for a top 10 in class 51 dark crosses. Hey, back up top side, we are here in our first class of dark crosses, class 51, lightweight dark crosses. All these are weighing from 50. We've got a few of them that weigh turned in at 51 and 52, but most of them are right at 250 pounds. 48 head in this first class of dark crosses. Our judges, main judge for the dark cross breed is Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. Associate Judge David Korb. They'll sort back through these dark crosses. I think in this first class we've got about 17 kept. So just like we have all day long, we'll be looking for 10 ribbon placers in every class. So we'll place a top 10. And in the dark cross breed, it's one of the larger breeds. They'll be taking 6 from every one of these dark cross classes that'll go to the premium sale on Friday here at San Antonio. Again, appreciate you tuning in. If you know someone out there that needs the credentials to get in or doesn't have a Facebook account, you can go to 2 options for taylorfort.com. Go to that website, click on the live tab up on the top, and it'll take you directly to the live stream. Or you can go to Taylor Fort on Facebook and find the live stream on his account there, Taylor Fort on Facebook. So 2 options there. If you know someone out there that wants to tune in and watch these dark crosses this afternoon, please help us make them aware and get that word out. Obviously, you already figured that out or you wouldn't be watching it. Other thing we'd ask you to do, and if you enjoy this webcast and we think it's pretty innovative and pretty special to be up close and personal, it's almost like you're here being able to watch this show, but could not be made possible without the sponsors in the bottom corners of your screen. So if you know any of those sponsors, if you don't mind dropping them a text or personally telling them thanks next time you talk to them, it's really helped us and helped San Antonio and Taylor Fort be able to offer this webcast, and not just the Barrow Show, but all of our junior livestock shows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. I think we ended up with 18 total kept back here in this particular class. We got 5 pinned back at this time. Still got 2 or 3 left to bring out, so we'll have probably another shift, obviously, at the top end. Still got 5 pinned back right now, so they are studying the class. Got another one they've just dug back and thrown back, so pin 6. Found another one they like, so they've got 7 pinned back. And they sent David over to get chips. So David's got the chips. I think we're going to go ahead, and we got 7 we'll rework. We've got 8th, 9th, and 10th that we'll pin at this time, and dismiss the rest from the ring. So again, class 51 is the first class of dark crosses. We've got 9 dark cross classes this afternoon. Just like yesterday in the Hampshires and this morning in the Durocs, with those 9 classes, upon the completion of those classes, we'll come back. We'll do a lightweight division champion for the first 3 classes, do a middleweight division champion for the second 3, and then a heavyweight division champion for the final 3 classes of our 9 classes of dark crosses today. Like to have Hall Stock Show, our judges working together very well to try to get us a top 10. So I think that is our 10th button right there. So top 10 ribbon getters in the class will get to go back and get their pictures taken at the backdrop. And then, like I say, top 6 in each of these classes will make the premium sale. Okay, so now we've got our top 7 out there. Again, 6 of them make the sale, so this first decision will be pretty essential. Difference between making the sale and not. And there goes 7th right there. So the 6 left out there will be our sale makers here in class 51 dark crosses. Already got 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th placed. Down to their top three now. The way they've been doing it's Corb usually gives, or the associate judge usually gives out third on down, and then hands those final two chips to the lead judge, who then hands out first and second. So looking for a third place right now here in Class 51, our first class of Dark Crosses today. All of them essentially 250-pound barrows. Got a couple of them in the class that are one at 251, one at 252.
I don't know about you guys. It's going to take me a minute to get my my bearings back relative to the microphone, but David and I had an incredible lunch back there. Kudos to the guys cooking in the back. It was awesome. It was good to kind of sit down and get ourselves collected. But if you've listened to what we've had to say yesterday and today, you got to be a man to play with the big boys at San Antonio, and there's a man in this class, and this is this young lady's bear right here. Is he the best in all areas within this particular drive? No, he's not. But at the same time, when you see that guy's head shape, his back shape, his forearm, and his feature, he best combines all the things that it takes to win big pig shows. His body shape's good, his hind leg's good, and he is so stout and so burly at the ground. Yeah, we could alter him maybe there in his knee and his front foot just ever so slightly, but he swallows the other ones when it comes to feature and spread. We thought, though, when you got down between second and third, there was one that was simply more elevated. There's one that just had a shot more blade width and shape when he came right at you. And that was the young lady's off-belted Barrow that goes and heads and be second here. Where he compares to our class-winning Barrow, he needs to be stouter in his arm. He needs to be stouter at the ground. Comparatively speaking, he also is not as fresh and bold in his shape up high. Now, the thin-belted Barrow is certainly the athlete of this particular drive. He can get up and gallop around within this particular go. He's not the biggest chested. He's not the tallest shouldered. And then just from a feature perspective, if you study his jaw, that is the indicator that tells you that he's not going to have as much. He's a frailer jawed Barrow that just needs more feature, more stoutness when he meets the surface. Love his athleticism. Very good animal when you set him in motion. The freak on a leash that comes out in 4 is one you really have to admire. Just his arm and his bone. That thing's got a big bendy hind leg, and he's really elevated up front. But in the same token, that view coming right at you, he has to be better. Simply not wide enough and bold enough in his knee to get any higher than 4th within this particular drive. The Barrow that's in 5 is an all-day, everyday, good kind of show Barrow. His body shape's good. He's just not as fresh, he's not as stout there. When he comes right at you, his arm's too fragile, his ankle's too frail comparatively to that initial 4. The Barrow that comes out next, you really admire the lines that he represents from the side. Where his neck ties into his shoulders, awesome. He's a tall-shouldered Barrow with a hard back. He's got a big square hind leg. There's just too much air under that Barrow relative to his body kind. He's a shallower-hearted Barrow that's flatter about his midrib. Just needs to be bolder everywhere. We start working our way down into some Barrows that just need to be better built or have more shape to be more competitive in such a good class. Congratulate those kids as they head back.
Placings in Class 51 Dark Cross is our first lightweight class of the day here in the Dark Cross breed. First place went to Kelly Verrips from Lavernia FFA. Second place went to Lila Bonnert from Kendall County 4-H. Third place went to Matthew Gober from Haskell FFA. Fourth place went to Parker Stevens from Poth FFA. Fifth place went to Rob Thomas from Sinton FFA. Sixth place went to John Rodriguez from Post FFA. Seventh place went to Kaysen Bice from Randall County 4-H. Eighth place went to Martin Duran from Maverick County 4-H. Ninth place went to Hank Majeski from Washington County 4-H. And 10th place went to Kylie Van Alsdahl from Canyon Lake FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 51. Our first class of Dark Cross is out of 9 for the day. Now sifting in the back, Class 52. I'm going to go ahead and announce our Certified Texas Bred champion out of Class 51 Dark Crosses. The first class goes to that class winner, Kelly Ann Verrips from Lavernia FFA, bred by TB Show Pigs of San Antonio. Congratulations. Okay, we're back to the main ring for Class 52, our second class of Dark Crosses. My count's right, I believe 14 were kept in this particular drive, and we'll be showing them to place a top 10. And our top 6 will be sale makers that go to the sale premium auction on Friday. Again, this is the second class of our lightweight division. Later on, we'll bring Class 1, 2, and 3, or Class 51, 52, and 53 back for our lightweight division champion drive. Okay, you're got 4 stashed back here in Class 52 in the top end. Again, there was 14 kept, so they'll sort back through here and get a top 10. Not sure how many they'll put back to resort here towards the top end. They've got 4 in here at this time. And just like the last class, these are all 250 pounders with the exception of 2 or 3 head that are weighing 252 and 253. So all our lightweight class, very similar weights to our first class as well. So basically 2 lightweight classes, 51 and 52. like we've got 6 up here in the top end. Got buttons now planning out with 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, looks like, in this class. Again, judging our second class at Dark Cross is class number 52 overall. And I think they've found that 10th place one. So we'll do dismissing the other 4 from the ring and rework this top 6 here in our second class at Dark Crosses. Again, the 6 they'll rework will be our 6 sail makers. As we discuss that, kiddos get to come back on Friday and sell in the premium auction here at San Antonio. San Antonio will sell 346 head through the auction block that day for these kids' premiums. So lots of opportunities for our kiddos here in Texas, thanks to San Antonio for selling so many. Down to our top 5 here in class 52 Dark Crosses. Working their way through, judges conversating, figuring out exactly how they want to line them up. Again, all 6 of these we redrove will be sail-making hogs, now down to a top 3. Judge Cord will probably give that 3rd place one away and give those 2 chips to our lead judge for the Dark Crosses, Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. He'll then go name his class winner. There's 3. There's the handoff of the 2 chips. So now maybe they finally decided how they want to do them. 2 and 1. Got them lined up. The judge for the Dark Cross is Doug Albright here, top class 52 or second class of Dark Crosses.
Really nice, really nice class of darks here, and a lot of discussion between this pair because you'd really like to throw them together. One's just a little more elevated. He's got a bigger, stouter hind leg. He's better and squarer when you crawl in behind him. I'll be the first to admit his knee isn't as good and his forerib shape's not near as good as the belted Barrow. But when all things considered, he's the harder one to make. He's the more elite animal from the side when we start to study the way that he's constructed. Ideally, we'd change him there, but all things considered, from the total standpoint, we felt he was the one that we needed to go ahead and use. Now, the belted Barrow certainly comes at you bolder in his chest. He's wider there at his knee. He's a bolder-bodied Barrow. But from a balance perspective, he's not as tall-shouldered. He's bigger crested. He's also a Barrow that's a little shallower there in his flank, and he's also flatter when you crawl in behind him from a width standpoint. So just from a totals and balance perspective, it didn't come together as well as we'd like. We'd like to throw those 2 together. We went with the pattern and the silhouette and call the all-black Barrow stout enough when he comes right at you. The all-black Barrow that comes next comes in some pieces and parts. He's pitched too far forward in his shoulder. He's a Barrow that's got too much crest, and he wants to push his hock when you get behind him. He's still a short-backed, big-bodied Barrow that's got a huge back laid in him, and he's got big legs, and he's very capably driven, just missing some of those pieces and parts that we need to be a top pair within the San Antonio Stock Show. Young man's Barrow comes out next, and if they're all driven and exhibited like this, it'd make our job very easy, just because this hog is presented flawlessly in terms of speed and how he's driven, but at the same token, he's just too one-dimensional. You get in front of or behind that Barrow, he's too flat, he's too narrow. He needs to be bolder everywhere to get into the top pair, but he's a very good pig in terms of his skeleton and the way he's constructed. His skeleton keeps him over the Barrow in 5 relative to how that he's built. This Barrow is bolder in terms of his back and in terms of his rib cage, but if this Barrow is too short in his step from behind, he's also a Barrow that just doesn't balance his knee when we start to study the way that he's constructed. Barrow that's next got a really neat kind of head shape about him. He's simply too bland to be a top player in this particular class. He wants to waddle and duck walk a little bit as you get in behind him. Then we have some Barrows down the line that just either need some more shape or simply put need to be better built to get inside the top 5. Congratulate those kids as they head back.
Placings in our Class 52 or second class at Dark Crosses. First place went to Jack Sly from Fayette County 4-H. Second place went to Keegan Supak from Fayette County 4-H. Third place went to Madeline Rakowitz from Bell County 4-H. Fourth place went to Lawson Taylor from East Central FFA. Fifth place went to Carly Meraldo from Pearland FFA. Sixth place went to Rachel Smith from Crawford FFA. Seventh place went to Braylon Lunt from Potter County 4-H. Eighth place went to Mason Conrad from Randall County 4-H. Ninth place went to James Barker from Hale County 4-H. And 10th place in Class 52 went to Isaac Dieguez from Archer City FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 52, our second class at Dark Crosses. We're now showing sifting in the back, Class 53, our third class at Dark Crosses. Okay, we're back here in the main ring in Class 53 Dark Crosses. I'm talking about weight breaks in these particular classes. Yes, this is our third class at Dark Crosses, but we're still in the same weight range. These are all 250-pound bears with the exception of a few that are 52 and 53. Actually, just 152, and the rest of them are all 250 in this particular drive. So our entire lightweight division is a 250-pound range. So we'll have three classes of these. Again, our judges now have placed two back. I think they pinned 11 in this particular drive, so they'll be working back through those 11, get us a top 10. Had a couple of teams out here showing yesterday. Got a team out here showing again today. Certainly makes a great opportunity when we can get lots of kids involved. And in those particular cases, it does take a little extra teamwork. So appreciate that help and that team out there in this particular drive. Okay, we've got 5 moved in now at the top end of this particular drive. Mr. Corb's come over and got the stack of chips, so typically that means we're going to start placing now with 6 on down. Again, 5 in the pen, 6 of them make the sale, so this is a pretty critical decision right here at number 6. Got 6 of them left out here, so 5 in the pen, so we'll get our top 10 and then have 1 extra is what we'll do in this particular drive. Pretty excited young man that got 6, looks like right here. He's kind of getting to the pen as quick as he can, so congratulations to that young man. 7th. Team's going to end up 9th out here. Congratulations to that young man. work these top 5 now here in Class 53, our 3rd class of dark crosses. We begin the dark cross drive this afternoon. We have 9 classes of darks. Upon the completion of all 9 classes, we'll come back in and do division drives just like we did in the Hamps and the Durocs this morning. Hamps yesterday, Durocs this morning. Again, this will be the 3rd class of the dark crosses, so this one and the previous 2 class winners will come back and show for our lightweight division champion. Like I stated, all 3 of those classes are in the same weight range. Fifth and 4th pin back. Got a top 3 working out there now.
Class 54, first call, class 54, dark cross red Barrow. Exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pin at this time. Be sure to have your purple show card with you as you enter the black gate.
Well, there's our 3rd place, and then he passes the top 2 on to Doug, and Doug will place the top 2 in class 53 dark crosses.
You might want to just stand aside if you're in these main alleys, maybe just stand still. Stand there for a moment. Let's let those hogs come onto the ring.
We turned up the heat, literally. Had to shed my jacket, but you know, the quality in the top trio of these are good show pigs. The stout, burly, proportionate one is the one that needs to win this particular class. And that's shown by the young lady there. She's the taller fronted option. She's the shorter backed, more proportionate Barrow from her forerib to flank. That Barrow's got a better, more functional hind leg about him that's bigger. It's just more comfortable. Now, if you want to get down to measuring these things and nuts and bolts, when you get on top of these Barrows, he is not as hard in the shape out of the backside of his shoulder as is the Barrow that's in 2nd. He's not as big in his upper pin set as the Barrow that's in 2nd. But his proportionality, his ability to combine that with a comfortable stout hind leg is why he wins. This young man's Barrow grew on me, and I'll be the first to admit, you know, David said, hey, that thing's all right, and we got to study it more, and he's a nickel quicker, a little more moderate in his height to length ratio. That Barrow's not as tall shouldered, and he's simply put not as comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. He does have class advantages in terms of back shape, pin width, and just sheer product, but in the same token, he doesn't come with those extras at the ground relative to features or height to shoulder, but a very nice Barrow to go in 2nd. We thought he was the much more correct option when you got him behind them than the Barrow that comes in 3. This Barrow is taller fronted. He's got a big blade working in him. He's big chested. But his hock works too much on the outside of his body wall. That Barrow's hip's too short, and he gets too waddly and squatty when you get in behind him. But a Barrow that's fresh backed, well presented, a nice place to be 3. The Barrow that's next is one from a comfort perspective and a silhouette standpoint. He's one that you're drawn to, there's no question. His head ties high into his shoulder. That's a Barrow that's long and level out to the base of his tail. But from a dimensional perspective, he's the flattest option within our initial 4. I thought that hog needed more punch to get around the initial 3. Same goes for the Barrow that's in 4. That is a big, tall, long-fronted Barrow that's got a neat look and good in terms of his lines. But from a dimensional standpoint, again, he's simply too one-dimensional. He's too narrow underneath. He's too flat in his body cavity to get around or inside the top 3. The Barrow that comes in 6 is another meat and potatoes, bold, stout type of Barrow. It's just not neat enough in his jawline, not neat enough in his head for him to get inside the top 5 within this particular show, but a very nice type of Barrow. We start working into a Barrow that have some joint issues, some structure issues here, but a really nice class. Please congratulate those kids as they head back
Okay, placings in Class 53, Dark Crosses. Again, the third class of Dark Crosses that we had, so the last class in the lightweight division. First place went to Josie Johnson from East Central FFA. Second place went to Jace Krauskopf from Pleasanton FFA. Third place went to Haley McLaughlin from Claude FFA. Fourth place went to Brody Busby from ARP FFA. Fifth place to Riley Slagle from Baylor County 4-H. Congratulations, Riley. I'm sure there's a lot of seniors out there, but I know that's Riley's senior year. Get a sail hole here at San Antonio, going out good. Sixth place went to Kaysen Strange from Electra FFA. Seventh place went to Trinity Ham from Abilene Wiley FFA. Eighth place went to Hannah Camarillo from Poteet FFA. I apologize. Ninth place went to Mason Libham from East Central FFA, and 10th place went to Reed Webster from Friendship FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 53 Dark Crosses, our third class of Dark Crosses of the day. We now move into Class 54, our first class in the middleweight division of Dark Crosses. Shifting in the back at this time. Okay, our judges are back here in the main arena judging class 54 dark crosses. 53 head in this class. Like this weight break goes to 254 to 259. First class of our middleweight divisions here in the Dark Cross Drive, again, class 54. I believe they've kept 14 back. They're going to redrive them and find a top 10 ribbon getters. Top 6 go to the premium sale on Friday. And class winner will come back and get the show in the middleweight division drive. And our judges sifting through class 54, our first class in the middleweight division of the Dark Crosses. Like they put 2 back at this time. I think they kept 14 back, so we'll get a top 10, top 6 go to the sale. Again, just a reminder, if you know someone that maybe doesn't have a Facebook account and needs another option to get in and look at and watch the live stream, you can go to taylorfort.com. Go in there and go to that website, and on the top there's a live tab. You click on that live tab, it should take you directly to today's live stream. Also, you can go to Taylor Fort on Facebook and find the live stream also. Another reminder, and we'll continue to plug this throughout the time in this sponsors that we've got that come across the bottom of your screen and the bottom right and bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We could not be doing this live stream, would not be doing this live stream if it weren't for those sponsors. So if you know them or have a connection with any of them, drop them a note and tell them you appreciate their sponsorship. I think it's great that we have the opportunity to get most of our shows webcast anymore here at San Antonio. Taylor Fort and his crew, I think, do an incredible job and really get you right into the moment. In today's time, if you couldn't travel down here to San Antonio or maybe just not wanted to come but sure want to be able to get on here and watch it, it's a great option to be able to see it and just almost like you're here. It's really a great view that you get from your living room or wherever you're watching at office to watch our hog show. Appreciate you guys tuning in, but again, if you know those sponsors, reach out to them and tell them thanks because we couldn't do it without it. Got 4 back in the pins right now. Next 5, they're out here discussing. I don't know if they're going to stuff one back or whether they're going to come and get chips and start placing them. Again, trying to get our top 10 ribbon getters here in class 54 dark crosses. Okay, he's come over and got the chips. Looks like we are going to go ahead and start placing. We've got 5 in the pen. More than likely, we'll start placing 6 through 10. Clear the ring and redrive this top 5. Again, this is an important place. 6th place right there, our last sell hole in the class. Congratulations to that young lady. Again, I have a great opportunity to showcase our 4-H and FFA youth here in the state of Texas. Venue's great. San Antonio always does a great job of just continuing to change and make their ring and show setup better. It's just evolved so much over the last couple of years. So with all the hard work and effort, this young lady just got a button. She showed her way in out of the Dead Sea. So congratulations to her. All the hard work and effort and commitment these kids do out here pays off. You know, these kids have made the ring, didn't make the top 10, but are getting to go back. But a lot of families commit their time to this, just like anything, whether you're doing it in sports or whether you're doing it in band. You want to be the absolute best basketball player you could be or the absolute best piccolo player you could be. These kids want to work out here and absolutely become the best swine showman that they can be as well. So showcasing their talents here on the big stage. Congratulations to all of our kids who are showing here at the San Antonio Stock Show. And we're showing out here in the top 5 in class 54 dark crosses. 5th place button's just been given. We got 4th found as well. Mr. Korb heads over there to give a button out for 4th. So 5th and 4th are placed. Top 3 now our judges will discuss. In class 54, first class in the middleweight division of dark crosses. Barrow's weighing from 254 to 259. There goes the 3rd place button. Lead judge here, Doug Albright's got first and second in his hand. They're going to conversate just a minute about that pair and then probably award them. Here will be our judge, Doug Albright, to discuss Class 54 Dark Crosses.
A class that more logically falls together, and we're not necessarily calling this just a hammer of a Barrow class, but it comes together. The square-built, comfortable, big-backed, burly Barrow within this drive wins, and that's the young lady here in front of me with the belted Barrow. You get on top of that guy, he's extremely impressive. He's got a ditch working from his rooter all the way to his tutor, and he's got a big, flexible hind leg when you set him in motion. Now, ideally, you'd like to make him stronger in his front foot. You'd like to make him cleaner in his cheek and connect his neck neater into the top side of his shoulder. But from a meat and potatoes perspective, he's our choice within this particular drive. The all-black Barrow does have an elite look about him from the side. He's tall-fronted and hard-backed. He's too concave in his lower one-third in terms of his heart and his forerib. He's a little harder-bodied Barrow that just doesn't have the extra punch and feature as our class winner does. The Barrow on the other end of the spectrum is in 3. That Barrow's mug and jaw reads stouter than our Barrow in second. There's no question. He's a broader-backed, bolder-bodied Barrow that does have more feature, but he comes in more pieces. He's not as elite in his look. He's a Barrow that's not as comfortable when you set him into motion out here, but I think a Barrow that's stout and burly nonetheless. The Barrow that's next just comes in too many pieces for us. Gets a little offline there out of his shoulder, ducks his hind leg just a shade. Barrow that needs a shot of a body to be more competitive within this particular group. The Barrow that's there in 5, got a nice look about him from his blade forward. He's simply put too narrow underneath, too flat in his body to get up into the top 4. Then we have another Barrow that's in 6 here. Just a nice, complete type of show Barrow. Maybe doesn't have the extras in terms of width and punch, but he's an easy place to get inside the top 5. Congratulations to her. Then we have some Barrows down the way that just either need to have more chest or just need to have a better set of running gear to make them more elite within this particular class. Congratulate those kids, please, as they head back.
Placings in Class 54 Dark Crosses. Again, our first class in the middleweight division. First place, and again, another senior that I know, and I'm sure there's a lot of seniors that are showing out here, but congratulations to class winner Lily Harbin from Abilene Wiley FFA. Second place goes to Lena Barkey from Abilene Wiley FFA. Third place goes to Brianna Walton from Sweetwater FFA. Fourth place goes to Mila Ward from Academy FFA. Fifth place goes to Riley Bryson from Coryell County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Rayleigh Law from Perryton FFA. Seventh place to Jace Ollie from Pleasanton FFA. Eighth place to Avery Mares from Brownwood FFA. Ninth place to Colton Hurst from Idalou FFA. And 10th place to Katie Stone from Pearland FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 54. Have our Texas bred winner for Class 54. Goes to Brianna Walton from Sweetwater FFA. Breeder of that Barrow, Rains Livestock from Fredericksburg, Texas. Congratulations to Brianna Walton and Rains Livestock on their Certified Texas Bred Champion in Class 54. Now sifting Class 55 dark crosses. So our middleweight class in the middleweight division, we're halfway through the dark crosses with Class 55. 8. We are back in the main ring in Class 55 Dark Crosses. Again, this is our 5th class of Dark Crosses, the middle class of the entire breed. So the middle class of the middleweight breed as well, 55 head in Class 55. Weights ranging from 260 to 265. Like they've kept about 14 or 15 head in this particular drive. And again, just like every class, we'll be working towards a top 10 ribbon getters. And then top 6 in the Dark Cross division make the sale. One other certified Texas bred that I have not announced over the air, but I wanted to, out of Class 52, which is 2nd class of Dark Crosses. Exhibitor was Lawson Taylor from East Central FFA. Breeder of that Barrow in Class 52 was HF Genetics from Port Lavaca. Congratulations to that CTBR champion.
In our junior market Barrow auction. That auction will take place Friday, February 24th at 2 o'clock p.m. or upon completion of the poultry auction. Sometimes those go over, but we're planning to schedule to start at 2 p.m.
Again, appreciate y'all tuning in, and certainly kind of as we will continue to reiterate, the sponsors down in the bottom left and bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We can't thank them enough. Without their sponsorship, we couldn't be doing what we're doing. Taylor Fort and his team, the expenses for that crew to come in here do cost a little. So to cover them, but to bring that talented team in here and display our livestock to this level, I think so well worth it. If you know those sponsors, if you don't mind, send them a text, drop them a line. Next time you see them, definitely tell them thanks. You appreciate their support. The San Antonio Livestock Show and Taylor Fort's efforts here to live stream this. One other CTBR champion that I did not get to call out either is Class 53, so that 3rd class of Dark Crosses. CTBR champion in Class 53 Dark Cross was Josie Johnson from East Central FFA. Her Barrow bred by Sure Success Show Pigs out of San Antonio. Congratulations to Sure Success and Josie Johnson for her CTBR champion in Class 53 Dark Crosses. And our judges have pinned 2 back here in Class 55. Again, the middleweight class of the middleweight division. 3 pinned back now in Class 55. Actually, a 5 pin back now here in Class 55. Six of them in here now. Finding quite a few they like here in Class 55 Dark Crosses. They've now classed Put 6 back in the pen. Six back in the pen, and I think they're starting to, or maybe 7 pin back, and then placing 8, 9, and 10. Now at this time here in class 55 dark crosses, the middleweight class in the middleweight division. Our final button getter here in class 55, 10th place. So now we'll clear the ring and get ready to redrive. Looks like our top 7 will redrive. Okay, there's still 5 out here. Our judges are placing in the top 5 in class 55 dark crosses. We've got 6 and 7, or 6 through 10th are already in the pen. Our judges worked them down to the top 3 now. Again, our judge Corb, David Corb, hands out mainly from 3 down through 10. Then he'll hand off those top 2 to Doug Albright, our lead judge here in the Dark Cross division, to place first and second. Been conversating and kind of getting things lined out and placing their priorities as they've gone out throughout the day, yesterday and today. Really appreciate that extra discussion they put into it, making sure we get these things lined up the best that we can. Down to the top 2, there's 2. There's 1. Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 55.
Really solid class in terms of the way that it fits together, and really good talking and conversation with David there about how this kind of class falls together and priorities and kind of what fits and match. Is there a perfect one in this particular drive? No. But the one that's the squarest chested, the burliest bodied, still comfortable in his hind leg, and combines that with an elite enough look is the young lady's Harry Barrow here in the middle that's going to win this particular class. That is a broad-backed, big-ended Barrow that's square, stout to the ground, and still stays comfortable. His decided advantage is in the front 1/3 of his body when he comes right at you. He's bolder and wider from the base of his chest to his knee. He's considerably stouter and deeper about his jaw, and that allows him from there back to have those feature advantages about his arm and about his blade that the Barrow in second doesn't have. Now, if I was to paint a picture in math class, it would most likely be of this Barrow because of the way that he's put together. I love the way that his neck ties into his shoulder. That is still a broad-backed, big-pinned Barrow that's square going away. I love those look and pattern things about him. I do need to have more jaw. I do need to have more arm and more width when he comes right at me. There is just simply not enough pig there in the front part of that one's skeleton to get around the stout Barrow that wins that particular class. But outside of that, that is still a very good show pig and a good animal in terms of the way that he's constructed. My compliments to her. The Barrow that comes out next, the discussion was between these 2 Barrows out here when we come out here. That Barrow does have more depth of jaw. He's got a bigger, stronger arm working in him. He's a better chested Barrow. But when we start working our way back, he's a plainer shaped hog who plays out to his upper pins. He's shallower there in his twist and lower ham, a Barrow that just doesn't pack enough punch when you get right in behind him. The Barrow that comes next is just too sissy-jawed for me. That Barrow becomes also too fragile in his arm and comes together up front. He's got a big, fresh back laid in him. He's got a big caboose and a good hind leg, so he fits into the top 5 for certain. But in the same regard, those pieces and parts don't come together quite as well as that top 3. The Barrow in 5 comes out much like the Barrow that's in 3rd in terms of his pattern. You love the way that his nose ties into his jaw and where it comes into his blade. That Barrow's very good, and he's level all the way through the base of his tail. He's simply not good enough when he comes right at you. That Barrow doesn't have enough right there. He doesn't pack enough right in terms of his forerib, but man, that's a very neat silhouette. Same goes for the Barrow that comes next. He needs to have more coming at you as well, but that's another good, neat-looking Barrow from the side. Then we start getting into Barrows that need to be better built, better constructed to get inside the top 6 within this particular class. Fun class to sort and look through. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Placings in Class 55 Dark Crosses. First place went to Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Second place went to Kennedy Smith from Burke Burnett FFA. Third place went to Michael McBroom from Haskell County 4-H. Fourth place went to Landon Newman from Galveston County 4-H. Fifth place went to Hayden Owens from Clyde FFA. Sixth place went to Caitlin Ender from Stanford FFA. Seventh place went to Lavery Gonzalez from Wilbarger County 4-H. Eighth place went to Isabella Gober from Haskell FFA. Ninth place went to Kanan Coates from Leveland FFA. And 10th place went to Addison Stevens from Burnett FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 55. Now move to Class 56 Dark Crosses. Be our final division in the middleweights once we get to the middleweight drive. In Class 56, there's 53 head in Class 56. Also have the results of the Texas bred winner in Class 55 Dark Crosses. Your class winner exhibited by Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Barrow was raised by DL Show Pigs from La Mesa, Texas. Congratulations to Sydney Miller and DL Show Pigs of La Mesa, Texas on their Certified Texas Bred Champion in Class 55. Now shifting in the back, Class 56. We'll be back when we get to the main arena. Okay, here we are back to the main arena in Class 56 Dark Crosses. We've kept about 15 or 14 or 15 in this particular drive of Dark Crosses, so we'll be looking for a top 10, and then the top 6 make the sale. And then this will be our final division of the heavyweights, or I'm sorry, the middleweight division. So when they come back up for the drive, this will be the heaviest class in the middleweight division. Got 3 more classes of Dark Crosses after this class concludes. Again, our judges will file all of them out. If they like them, they'll pin them back. And again, we're looking for a top 10 here in Class 56 Dark Crosses. Weight range in Class 56 is 266 to 272. Again, our heaviest class here in the middleweight division, Class 56 Dark Crosses. Judges have found 2 that they like and put back. They're about halfway through going through this first cycle, bringing about whatever those 14 or 15 head out that they've kept here in Class 56 Dark Crosses. Kind of like we did yesterday and talked about, actually earlier today in the Durocs, young lady showed out of the Dead Sea, got back, got weighed back in, got hustled up and got back to the ring and showed hard and ended up making a sail hole. Got a young lady in this particular drive that did that as well. Worked her way out of the Dead Sea, and now she's back pinned up in the top 6 right now, which if they start placing them at 7 down will be a sail hole. So congratulations, and just a true benefit to never giving up, working hard. You put too much effort into it, so keep on working, and that's what she did and worked her way up. So that is what we're doing. Looks like we're placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Kept quite a few in this class, so they'll get that done. Keep those 7, 8, 9, and 10. Get those 10 ribbon getters. Clear the arena, and then redrive our top 6 here in Class 56 Dark Crosses. Again, weighing from 266 to 72. Final class of our middleweight division here in the Dark Cross Drive. I'm going to guess this is this young lady's first year at San Antonio. Congratulations, getting 10th place. We've got a few that worked really hard that are exiting the arena now too. So deeper we get into these heavier weight dark crosses, the tougher it's going to get. Just an honor to make the first cut. Again, redriving the top 6 here in Class 56 Dark Crosses. Again, all 6 of these Barrows will make the sale on Friday. Appreciate San Antonio selling 346 head in their premium sale on Friday for our 4-H and FFA youth here in Texas. You're starting to place these top 6. There's our 6th place button getter. Down to their final 4. Again, our lead judge in the Dark Crosses is Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. They'll work together and place 3rd down through 10th, and then Dave Korb, our associate judge here in the Dark Crosses, will hand the 1st and 2nd place button off to Mr. Albright to place 1st and 2nd. So again, I mentioned earlier, a young lady working her way out of the Dead Sea, and if you notice, Mr. Albright went over there and visited with her just a little bit and talked about that. She's still out here in the top 3, working really hard and putting lots of effort in, really talented. All these kiddos are talented and work really hard at it. So she's worked her way up to the top 2, and just appreciate, I mean, once in a while maybe they don't get a great drive coming out of the gate, but appreciate these judges working their way up, finding the good ones, and making sure they get it right. So she's here in the top 2 in class 56, worked her way up. Second does go to that young lady. Here is Doug with his comments on class 56.
Very interesting class because they don't fit together just perfectly in terms of all the things that you'd like to do in terms of making show bearers right and square and perfect in terms of the way they come at you. Both of these hogs need to be better. They're one slightly better than the other, and he opens just a shot better, and that's why this off-belted bearer here is going to go ahead and win this particular class. He's the bolder Barrow when you get right in out of his blade. He's a shot better right there in his knee. Not like the cleanest cheek, just a shade. He's the more proportionate better Barrow that's got an incredibly good bend and flex and drive to his hind leg. I told this young lady, don't hold it against me, that I missed her coming through the sift. She had one bad step there with her chest, and it's still an issue. I'm not going to lay claim that it's fine, because that's where she needs to be better. Right there at the base of that bear's chest and in his knee is not good enough to win a class today, but he has got a neat silhouette. The way his neck ties into his shoulder, the way his tail sets into his spine and then his upper pin set is very, very good. That's a good bodied bear in terms of his lines and underneath. He's got a flexible hind leg, maybe not as bendy and flexible as our class winner, but that is a very neat show pig that's presented extremely well from the side. My compliments to her for sticking with it and getting that bear into the top pair. This bear that comes out next is certainly stouter jawed and wider between his eyes, and that lays claim to where he's good from his shoulder back. He's a bolder bodied bear than the hog that is second in this particular class. We felt like he's the lower shouldered option of this initial trio of bears. Just doesn't balance as well when you view him off to the side, and then he doesn't come with enough extra punch and power to get around those other ones within this particular drive. Like David said, Oreo here, absolutely love this thing's color pattern. His balance and his profile is very good. That is a very neat headed show pig that's got a neat look about him. He is just a notch more fragile there in his arm. His chest isn't as wide. That bear is considerably, and by some margin, the plainest shaped when you get to the top side of his body within this particular group of 4. The bear that comes out next, really like his jaw, his height of shoulder, and his broadness of back is very good. That's an open caged bear that's got a wide pin set. This works to his disadvantage slightly in this scenario. He gets too short and choppy out of his hind leg to be more competitive within this particular class. The bear that's next just is one that's very nice in terms of his bone work. He's a bendy hind-legged bear, just too pudgy and maybe kind of looks like me with his shirt off. Need to be harder in his shape and better in terms of his muscularity to be more competitive within this particular drive. Bear that's next, really big and hard in his back shape, too fragile in his jaw and fragile in his arm. We start working our way down into hogs that need to have more stoutness of jaw, better in terms of their kind to get higher within this particular class. Congratulate those kids on a job well done.
Congratulations in Class 56 Dark Crosses. Again, that's the third class of our middleweight division, final class for middleweight division. First place went to Curtis Muhlstein from Stanford FFA. Second went to Cammie Sly from Fayette County 4-H. Third place went to Jaden Sixberry from Randall County 4-H. Fourth place went to Carter Bosworth from Knox County 4-H. Fifth place went to Hunter Starks from Collinsworth County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Larson Allen from Taylor County 4-H. Real quick shout out to Curry Allen. Curry's had a few medical issues here lately. I hope he's doing well. I guess he's probably home. I hope he's not in this San Antonio bar taking in this dust. But thinking about Curry Allen during this San Antonio stock show, longtime ag teacher in the state of Texas. Congratulations to his granddaughter, sixth place here in Class 56. Seventh place, Kenzie Keeling from Lexington FFA. Eighth place goes to Lincoln Tiemann from Nolan County 4-H. Ninth place goes to Rhett Bazar from Natalia FFA. And 10th place goes to Mason Saldana from Midland County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 56. I think we're going to have a Texas bred coming up here in Class 56. We'll announce that when it comes across. And as I suspected, Dylan Muhlstein from Stanford FFA is your class winner and the CTBR champion in Class 56. Barrow bred by Clay Farms from White Deer. Congratulations to Dylan Muhlstein. This is Barrow raised by Clay Farms. Congratulations to Mike Clay as well. Now sifting in the back, Class 57 Dark Crosses. Again, this will be the first class of the heavyweight division of Dark Crosses. Got 3 classes left. Hey, we're back up topside with Class 57, our first class in the heavyweight division of Dark Crosses. 50 barrows in this particular class. I know they've kept at least 12 back that we're showing now here in the top end of Class 57. Weight range of these barrows, 273 to 279. Again, just like we've done in every class, Dark Crosses, or every class throughout the show, we'll always place a top 10 in every class, depending on the size of the breed, how many will actually sell. These larger breeds like Dark Crosses, we're selling 6 in every one of these classes. So our top 6 ribbon getters in this class, Class 57, will be premium sale bearers and have the opportunity to come to the sale next Friday. Again, continue to reiterate thank our sponsors that are coming across the bottom of the screen, bottom right, bottom left-hand corner throughout the day. But throughout the last 3 weeks, we've been able to bring live feed and live shows here from the San Antonio Livestock Show of all of our junior shows in every species. And so that could not be made possible without the benefit of our sponsors and those sponsors that are down there on the bottom of your screen. So if you know them, see them in the next coming months, please tell them thanks. If it weren't for their help, we wouldn't be able to be bringing you this live stream. Of course, I think the live stream that we're able to bring here with Taylor Ford's team is second to none. Incredible in terms of the views that you get. Yesterday I was talking, it's kind of like going and watching a Cowboys game. Yeah, the football game's right in front of you, but you end up watching the screen. And I've got a screen in front of me, and honestly, I can see more when I'm viewing into the screen than I can right up here on top of these hogs. So neat opportunity to be able to watch a hog show from a distance, and we're glad you guys are all tuned in. Got 5 pin back here in Class 57. Again, this is the first class of our heavyweight division. Barrows weighing from 273 to 279 here in the Dark Cross division. All of them are out there now. We've got 5 pin back. Here comes 6 pin back to make it 6 that will redrive at least. They did keep 12, so 2 of these will not get a ribbon. Our judges started placing them, giving buttons out. Here's 7th coming in. We'll do 7, 8, 9, 10, and then rework this top 6. This top 6 will be your sale getters here in Class 57. Congratulations to those youngsters. Again, Class 57, our first class in our heavyweight division here in the Dark Crosses. Stay tuned. We'll have 2 more classes after this, and then we'll go into the division drives. So we'll do a lightweight division drive with the winners of Class 51, 52, and 53. We'll do a middleweight division drive with the winners from Class 54, 55, and 56. And then a heavyweight division with the winners from Class 57, 58, and 59. And then we'll pick our overall champion Dark Cross. So stay tuned upon the completion of this class and 2 more right after. Our judges have given out their final placing 10 or 10 button. 2 of these kiddos will be exiting the ring, be redriving these top 6. All 6 of these are sale bearers. Congratulations to these kids. Again, the way they've worked it, our lead judge here in the Dark Crosses is Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. They'll work kind of together and conversate often throughout this top end. Mr. Korb has the buttons. He'll give them out from 3rd through 6th. Then he'll give those final 2 to Doug, and he'll pick his 1st and 2nd place here in Class 57 Dark Crosses. I think the water got a little deeper here in Class 57. Judges are conversating just a little bit more as they sort and work this set out. Again, to our top 5 here in Class 57 Dark Crosses. All 5 of them have already qualified for the sale. Working on trying to get us a class winner in a second to be able to come back and show for this heavyweight division drive. There's 5th place button given out. Down to our final 3 now here in Class 57 Dark Crosses. Our judges working very hard, very diligently. Really did get quite a bit deeper, quite a bit tougher here in these heavier weight Dark Cross classes. There we've got it. First and second here in class 57.
A good class of Dark Cross Barrows, and certainly comes with some discussion, not from a disagreement perspective at all, just a discussion of how these things are going to come together. The sound, good built one from the side, that's the squarest and most genuine underneath, is the young ladies that we elect to use to win this particular class. He doesn't have the hardest or the biggest back, but he is the bear that comes together maybe up until right now. The best in terms of his silhouette from the side. His skeleton's the best, and he's the best coming at you. And he stayed until maybe at this certain juncture, the best in terms of his hind leg. Now, we'll be the first to admit the louder, chromed-up bear here to my left is one that certainly has some stoutness in his favor. He's bigger armed, he's stouter mugged, he's a fatter backed bear that's bigger and wider when you get in behind him. But those ESTs don't necessarily compensate for the fact that he struggles too much out of his shoulder. He wants to close in his knee. He's just lower set there in the way that his neck ties into his blade as well. But man, if you like him because of the power and spread that he has, we wouldn't argue that. The young man in the light blue that comes out next, David did what I was thinking before I could even say it. Young man, you like to use your brush and tap him, and maybe as your just nervous twitch, but that keeps that bear's tail down, and it really detracts from his look from the side. That bear is good in terms of his angles and his look from the side. I'd like to give him more depth to his jaw. That bear wants to slam and tighten there out of his hip and hind leg as the drive wears on. The bear that's next is a big-chested, big-backed bear that's just rugged and tough built in every essence of that word. If you look at his width between his eyes, unfortunately, and if you can understand this, his head's built too much like mine. Look like maybe he hit a brick wall doing 80, and I need to make him just a nickel longer and better faced for this pair of evaluators. But most concerning, he's just a little bit more of a leg dragger, needs to flex and pick up and move his hind leg better when you set that guy into motion. The bear that comes next, there's no question in our mind. When he hit the gate, we thought, hey, we got a baller. But at the same breath, as we asked this guy to drive and with any length of time, there's simply not enough length to his step behind. He's too short out of his hip, and consequently gets shorter in his step from behind. From there forward, that's a broad, stout individual with awesome skin and hair. The bear that's next, we do like in terms of, from his belt back. That's a big pin set and a square hind leg. He's simply put too narrow-chested when he comes right at you to get inside the top 5. The next bear is working down the lane. Either need to be better built or pack more punch when you get on top of them from a muscularity standpoint. But a very nice class. Please congratulate those kids, please, as they head back to their pens. Thank you. Good job.
Okay, got your placings in Class 57, Dark Crosses. Again, the first class of the heavyweight division. Congratulations to our class winner, Matty Buckskemper from Levelland FFA. Second place goes to Mackenzie Duke from Blooming Grove FFA. Third place goes to Wesley Humphreys from Sudan FFA. Fourth place goes to Allie Claiborne from Medina County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Reese Huffaker from Post FFA. Sixth place goes to Corbin Jackson from Armstrong County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Ryland Corbin from Brock FFA. Eighth place goes to Lawson Bevel from Armstrong County 4-H. Ninth place goes to Reese Garner from Royce City FFA. And 10th place goes to Bryson Schrader from Harris County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 57 Dark Crosses. Again, our first class in the heavyweight division. Congratulations to those 10. Okay, we're still sifting 58 in the back, finishing up. I do want to announce the Certified Texas Bred winner from Class 57 Dark Crosses. Exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Champion in Class 57 was Mackenzie Duke from Blooming Grove FFA, a barrel bred by IDK Genetics in Amarillo. Congratulations to Mackenzie Duke and IDK Genetics on their Certified Texas Bred Champion. Okay, back up top side, we are judging Class 58, our next to last class of Dark Crosses. Again, heavyweight division. I could go from 280 to 287 in this particular drive. At 50 barrows to start with. I think we've got them marked down to about 14 head that they've kept here in Class 58. Two pin back at this time here in Class 58. 4 pin back here now in class 58 dark crosses. Again, class Barrows weighing from 280 to 287 here in the dark cross drive. Our next to last class of dark crosses. Got 6 pin back. Again, just like every class that we've done, we'll get 10 ribbon getters here in our class, and then the dark crosses, we sell the top 6. So got 6 pin back. I think 7 pin back now. They haven't given out any buttons, so we'll redrive quite a few of them here in the top 7. Now he has asked for buttons, so I think we're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th. We'll dismiss a few from the ring and then redrive this top 7. So there's 8th. We've got our top 10 identified here in class 58. We'll dismiss the rest from the ring and redrive our top 7 here in our next to last class in the dark cross division. And we've got one more class after this, and then we'll go into our division drives, so stay tuned. Okay, working down through this top 7. We've got 5, 6, and 7 put back. Top 4 still out driving in the ring. And water gets a little deeper here in the Dark Cross division. I think they've got 4th places coming to the holding pins as well. So down to a top 3. And as they've done consistently throughout the day, Corb will give out the 3rd button, and then our lead judge, Doug Albright, would take over 1st and 2nd and divvy those up. But very, very competitive class here in Class 58 Dark Crosses. Again, Barrow's weighing from 280 to 287.
It's a good class, very, very good class of Dark Cross Barrows. Put your hands together, San Antonio, for this class. The quality, the depth, 4, 5, 6 deep in this particular class. These are both our speed relative to just kind. Those are the busted open, burly stout, good moving barrows within this particular drive. They both resemble each other from a body dimension perspective. There's one that's just neater looking and more my speed when we start to study the front 1/3 of that one's body. The class winner's taller shouldered. He's a neater looking show pig on the front 1/3 of his skeleton. That bear is still correct and square and broad in every sense of the word when you get into studying that show pig. Now, nitpickingly speaking, the 2nd place bear's a little harder backed, and I'll give him that. That's a big arm and a big stout square pin set. That hog's not as neat looking up front. He's not as tall shouldered, but still a very, very good show pig that has a lot of quality and a lot of elite pieces about him. He just didn't fit as well up front as that bear that wins this particular class. This bear that comes next came with more concern for us, especially when you study him right at you. He's a little more closed right there. He wants to plant and twist in his front foot. He's a little flatter everywhere, and he wants to be just a hinge, just a shade tighter than those top pair out of his hip and hind leg. But my gosh, that thing can hold a lot of beverages from his blade to his tail right there in the middle of his back. That is a stout, big back rascal to land in 3. This bear that's next, tall shouldered, his silhouette matches when you start to study some of these. He gets a little round and bubbly there in his shape behind. That bear wants to close up there in his front knee and his foot comparatively once amongst that initial trio. This bear gives us some fits because you understand his pieces and his parts. That's a short-backed bear that's got huge, huge limbs, very, very capably driven. He's got a fat back and a big tail root. That bear is just a little flatter and shallower jawed. He's a staler bear in terms of his presentation to us. He just comes with more concern and pieces because you crawl in behind him. He's too wide when you get in there into his hock. But man, that is a big-backed, short-bodied bear that's got big, big limbs. The bear that comes next is one just wants to start ducking his pins, get his tail underneath him, closes too much right there at his knee relative to that top 5. Same goes for this bear here. Nice bear from the side in terms of his height to shoulder. His height to length ratio is good. That bear has got too much cheek and jaw and throat there for us as we start working our way down. Hogs in such a competitive class that either need to be better chested, better kneed, or just stouter to compete with such quality at the top end. Please congratulate those kids as they head back.
The results top 10 from Class 58, our next to last class at Dark Cross, is a very, very competitive class. First place went to Zachary Kai Blunt from Kerr County 4-H. Second place went to Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H. Third place went to Reed Powell from Jordanton FFA. Fourth place went to Mackenzie Boyce from Granbury FFA. Fifth place went to Sayla Salmons from Parker County 4-H. Sixth place went to Sophie Nelson from Kendall County 4-H. Seventh place went to Hudson Howards from Early FFA. Eighth place went to Macy Woolsey from Abilene Wiley FFA. Ninth place went to Kate Cunningham from Blooming Grove FFA. And 10th place went to Hadley Deer from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 58 Dark Crosses. Our final class, Class 59, is in the SIF pen at this time. It'll be 69 head in that class, ranging from 297 to, or 297 to 300 pounds. I'm sorry, 287 to 300 pounds. $288 to 300 pounds in Class 59. So real quick, I want to announce the Certified Texas Bred winner in Class 58 Dark Crosses. Exhibitor was first in that class, exhibited by Kai Blunt from Kerr County 4-H, barrel raised by Night Show Pigs from Shallowater. Again, Certified Texas Bred winner in Class 58 Dark Cross, exhibited by Kai Blunt, Kerr County 4-H. Congratulations to Kai and also to Night Show Pigs from Shallowater, Texas for raising their Certified Texas Bred champion in Class 58. Okay, here we are in Class 59 Dark Crosses, our final class in the Dark Cross division. The biggest class in the Dark Cross division was 69 head. Barrows weighing from 287 to 300. I know there's at least 16 barrows kept in this particular class. Again, we're looking for a top 10 in Class 59, our final class of Dark Crosses. Top 6 will qualify for the sale on Friday. I know they had at least 18 that they kept back in a redrive, and I know they've got 8 already pulled back. May be doing something a little different in this particular drive as we search for a top 10 and a top 6 sail holes. Ultimately, a class winner that'll turn right back around and come back in and show for the heavyweight champion division drive. Again, stay tuned. At the completion of this class, we'll do our divisions. Again, we'll bring the winners from class 51, 52, and 3 back and show for a lightweight division dark cross champion. Then we'll show 54, 55, and 56 in the middleweight division. Then 57, 58, and 59 will wrap up our heavyweight division, and then we'll show for an overall champion dark cross. Again, these last couple of classes, quality's got a little deeper, really stout at the top end, so very competitive. Just to make that first pull is an incredible accomplishment here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Congratulations to this group as they exit the ring. Like there's 9, so we kept 19. I think we've got 10 pinned back to do a redrive. We don't have anything placed at this time, so we'll redrive 10 head here in class 59 heavyweight dark crosses. Okay, so as stated, our biggest class of the day, kept the most back, kept 10 back, didn't place anything then. I know they've got 1 stuff back in pin 1 at this time. Not sure what they've decided to do in terms of placing these throughout. Mr. Korb does have the stack of chips, so they're ready to start doing something at some time. They're conversating in the middle of the ring. Again, our final class of dark crosses here, class 59, Barrow's weighing from 287 to 300. Okay, looks like we're going to start placing from the bottom up. Very competitive. probably the deepest class we've seen today. Top 10 out here. Unfortunately, only 6 of them are going to get to make the sale. So very coveted sale spots here in our final class of the day. Like, there goes 9. Here comes 6th place into the holding pen. Again, 6th place will be the first sale hog there in that group. Five left to place. There was 4 left out there. They brought the one that was in pen 1 back out. So now they've got 5th. Here comes 4th. We're down to a top 3 here in class 59, our final class of the day here in the Dark Crosses. Down to our top 2 now.
Well, folks, when we get to the last class of darks, you expect to see stout, big, bold ones, but it still takes men to play ball with the big boys. And that's what we have over here is a man. And he had me from hello when he hit the sift pen, because that thing's jaw's stout, his arm's stout, his legs are stout, he's square, and he's fresh. He hits a weight where he's still fresh, and he still fits together, and it's all where it needs to be. Young ladies Barrow, thin-belted Barrow, that's going to go ahead and be second. You know, might have just a little neater look at the base of his neck in places, or a harder back, but I think that's just reaching to find a reason to get him around a very good animal that wins this particular class. This bear is still very good in his own right. He's hard-backed, he's square-built, he's still wide and square in terms of his skeleton. He simply put doesn't have enough feature to play with a ball, play ball with a bear that wins. The bear that comes out next, you do like and appreciate his silhouette from the side. That's a tall shouldered bear that's got a neat head about him. That bear stays really good and uniform in his body depth. That bear is just too plain on the top side of his body when you compare him to that pair of bears ahead of him within this particular class. This bear that comes out next is one that, we had some thoughts. He didn't hit me as hard coming through. That bear's got a big, wide, broad back and a big, wide pin set about him that works to his disadvantage in this regard. That's a wide, stifled bear that has plenty going away for us, but still, meat animal shape and muscularity is very, very good in that show pig. This bear that's next gets a little too tied up out of his hip and hind leg for us. When in such an elite setting, he needs to go better out of his hock. He needs to be cranked up higher at the base of his tail. This Barrow hit us good when he came out, and he's a broad, big pin Barrow that's got some jaw and some feature. He's a wide-eyed hog that's got some shape up high. He just comes apart there as he ties his neck into his shoulder. He's got too much crest. He's not as good there when he comes right at you. Starts to wear down there in terms of his hip and hind leg. This Barrow is tough built in terms of his bone work. He's a stout arm Barrow that's got big features about him. He just gets too plain for us when you start to look at him up front and in terms of his back shape. The Barrows down the line here either have to be just a notch better built or trimmer, better and fresher in terms of their condition when we start to fight at the 290s or 300s. But a good class. Please put your hands together. Looking forward to the grand drives.
Okay, we've got placings for you here in Class 59, our final class of the heavyweight division of the Dark Crosses, final class of the Dark Crosses. First place went to Cameron Clift from Randall County 4-H. Second place went to Kenneth Schramm from Sealy FFA. Third place went to Jackson Sinclair from Carson County 4-H. Fourth place went to Scarlett Poole from Dallam County 4-H. Fifth place went to Avery Hobson from Lampasas FFA. Sixth place went to Jayton Madewell from Levelland FFA. Seventh place went to Hagen Heisey from Lubbock County 4-H. Eighth place went to Audie Usner from Fredericksburg FFA. Ninth place went to Reagan Slough from Tarrant County 4-H. And 10th place in a very competitive heavyweight Class 59 goes to Ryder Thornton from Atkins FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 59 Dark Crosses. Sets the table for our division drives now. We'll be doing the lightweight division drive first. We'll be back with that momentarily. Okay, we're getting awfully close to getting ready to show for our lightweight division champion here in the Dark Cross division. Again, we'll show the winners from class 51, 52, and 3. Have seconds on deck and ready, and pick us a grand and reserve champion here in the lightweight division. And all these barrows weighing the same weight, essentially, from 250 to 253. I will tell you, though, that one thing you have to pick a lightweight division champion are your judges. And apparently our judges have taken a break, so we will be ready as soon as they are back. So if you're not here at the stock show, the nice thing is you don't have to worry about loading up your tack. You don't have to worry about storing or stashing it anywhere for wave 2. And you don't have to worry about jumping into San Antonio traffic this afternoon. Of course, it is a Sunday afternoon, but we're glad you're tuning in for us or with us here. Taylor Fort has done a great job. His stream team does a great job. Again, hopefully you're obviously watching us, but if there's somebody else you want to have tune in, if they don't have a Facebook account, if you're watching on Facebook, Taylor Fort's the Facebook account. But if you need to go to just his his website, taylorfort.com, we'll click on the live tab on the top of that, and it'll take you right to the live stream, the YouTube live stream as well. Again, we're still waiting on our judges, but as soon as they get back, we'll be showing for our lightweight division champs. They're ready to show for our lightweight division champ out of class 51. Class winner Kelly Verrett from Lavernia FFA. Second in that class was Lila Bonnert from Kendall County 4-H. Out of class 52, first place exhibited by Jack Sly from Fayette County 4-H. Second in that class, Keegan Supak from Fayette County 4-H as well. Out of class 53, class winner Josie Johnson from East Central FFA. Second in that class, Jace Crosskopf from Pleasanton FFA. Best of luck to our lightweight exhibitors, lightweight class winners here in the Dark Cross division. We're picking a lightweight cross champion and a reserve champion here in the lightweight division.
Well, San Antonio, it's been a good day. Durocs were good. The Dark Crosses were good. It's been fun to get out here with David and talk pigs, which we do often. And we've been, for the most part, in complete agreement, and we are here in this particular division. I think all three of these barons are good in terms of their value and what they provide. There's one that's just more secure than another in his front foot, better in his chest. He's bolder in his body cavity. There's just more to him in the top side of him, and he does that while still being one of the more proportionate, best built ones from the side. Young lady right here will be champion.
Champion lightweight division comes out of class 53, exhibited by Josie Johnson from East Central FFA. Brings in Jace Crosskopf from Pleasanton FFA to show for reserve champion.
We bring that second place out, and that was a fun pair to discuss, simply due to the fact that they have, some differences amongst them. One packs more punch, and one was a better balanced barra. He's immediately in contention. There's no question when you bring him back out here with the belted barra in terms of hogs that have enough. And when you get them side by side, and you can just tell when you get up on top of them, there's one that just simply has more. He's more secure in his front foot. He's better when he comes at you. The second place will be reserved.
Reserve champion comes out of the same class, class 53, exhibited by Jace Crosskopf from Pleasanton FFA. Getting ready to do our middleweight division drive now as we get loaded up for that. Again, we are fastly coming upon the completion of Wave 1 here at the 2023 San Antonio Market Barrow Show. This has been considered our dark wave. Again, 2 days of showing. Showed 1,730 head through here in 2 days. Yesterday we picked a Berkshire champion, a Spot champion, a Poland champion, and a Hampshire champion. This morning we picked a Duroc champion. This afternoon we'll pick a Dark Cross champion. Those champions will stick around and wait on their competition from the second wave as they come in. They'll come in on Tuesday, and we'll be back to showing on Wednesday and Thursday. So again, tune in back on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. We'll have Wave 2, the light wave of our Market Hog Show at that time.
All right, folks, we're ready to proceed on the selection of our Middleweight Division champion from Class 54,
the middleweight division out of Class 54, our class winner Lily Harbin from Abilene Wiley FFA. Second, Lena Barkey from Abilene Wiley FFA as well. Out of Class 55, your class winner was Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Second in that class, Kennedy Smith from Burke Burnett FFA. Class 56 winner Curtis Muhlstein from Stanford FFA. Second in Class 56, Cammie Sly from Fayette County 4-H. Best of luck. Again, class winners out here out of 54, Lily Harbin. Out of 55.
Here in the middleweights, certainly ones that fit the bill from the side in terms of their presence and their balance when you start to study them. There's some subtle differences. One's maybe a little softer than ideal. One needs to come at you. We're just not really making any excuses for the other. That's why he'll be champion right here.
Champion in the middleweights exhibited by Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Brings in second from that class, Kennedy Smith from Burke Burnett FFA to show for reserve champion.
We bring the other bear out, and he simply needs to be better chested for us to feel comfortable in this scenario. There's another one that we love, is his balance and his symmetry and his just hind leg build and kind. Young man's black-legged bear is going to be next.
Reserve in the middleweight division goes to Curtis Dylan Muhlstein. Congratulations from Stanford FFA. It's your champion. Middleweight goes to Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA, reserve champion in the middleweight division goes to Curtis Muhlstein from Stanford FFA. Again, we will get ready now for our heavyweight division drive. And we're waiting on our heavyweight first and seconds from class 57, 58, and 59 to get up here and weigh and get back to the stage to pick our champion and reserve champion heavyweight division. Appreciate you guys tuning in today and hope you've enjoyed the webcast. Unique views that we get of this, and I know the hog show is really unique. You get to kind of get right up on top of those. I watched a kid that I know first year showing sheep, and I was able to see the grit and determination on his face when he was getting show, and he ended up getting pulled off the walk. So really a neat aspect that we're able to get right in the ring with these kids and bring you those views. We know it's not ideal in this part of the world nowadays, maybe to not travel to San Antonio if you don't have to, and this gives you another opportunity to get to watch it like you are here. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Again, come back Wednesday. We'll do wave 2 with the light wave. We'll have Chesters, Landrace, Yorkshires, and other crosses in that particular drive, in that wave. Okay, we're ready to drive for our heavyweight division champion drive. Out of class 57, Maddie Buckskimper from Levelland FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Mackenzie Duke from Blooming Grove FFA. Out of class 58, Zachary Kai Blunt from Kerr County 4-H. Second in that class, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Exhibitor out of our heavyweight class, class 59. First place, Cameron Clift from Randall County 4-H. Second in that class, Kenneth Schramm from Sealy FFA. Best of luck to our class winners here in class 57, 58, and 59 here in the Dark Crosses.
Folks, these things are good. There's no question they're good. And it really comes down to a matter of where you want to lie on the fence here between the pair of them. And that's not to take anything away from the other mare that won a class in this particular division. I mean, there's a pair of these things that are bold, they're burly, and they're stout. One, is better in an area. Other is better in an area. There's one that simply just takes it to a whole different level, in our opinion, when you talk about feature, bone, burly, stout. He's an absolute freak show. Young lady over there is going to be champion.
Congratulations to our heavyweight champion, exhibited by Cameron Cliff from Randall County 4-H. Now bring in Kenna Schramm from Sealy FFA to show for reserve champion heavyweight Dark Cross.
We dropped that second place out, and there's no question. I mean, he's an elevated Barrow that's got a big ditch working on the back of his shoulder. That's a very unique looking show pig in terms of his lines and where he puts things together. But again, when you get into study him, there's one that's just so much bolder, so much broader in every sense. Young man's Barrow right here is going to be reserved.
Reserve champion in that heavyweight division comes out of class 58, exhibited by Zachary Kai Blunt, Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to our heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. Again, we will reload now and pick us a champion overall Dark Cross. That'll be the final decision made today by our judges for the day. Again, our lead judge here in the Dark Crosses has been Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. His counterpart and associate judge here in the Dark Crosses was David Korb. Appreciate those guys, the effort they've put in. They're going to get a couple of days of well-deserved rest, but ran through them efficiently, I think, for the last 2 days, and conversated well, and certainly found the ones that they liked to go ahead and use. We've hired them to come in here and give us their opinion. We appreciate them doing that, and we're going to have us a champion Dark Cross here in just a minute. So our lightweight division champ comes out here. Lightweight champion exhibited by Josie Johnson from East Central FFA. Reserve in that lightweight division, J.C. Crosskopf from Pleasanton FFA.
Your medium-weight division winner, Sydney Leanne Miller, Abernathy FFA.
Middleweight champion, Dark Cross, exhibited by Sydney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Reserve in the middleweight division, Dylan Milstein from Stanford FFA. Heavyweight champion exhibited by Cameron Cliff from Randall County 4-H. Heavyweight reserve champion exhibited by Zachary Kai Blunt from Kendall County 4-H. So best of luck to our division champions here in the Dark Cross.
Well, folks, we drop these things back out here, and they're very good show pigs. There's no question. When you start talking about crossbreds and San Antonio Barrow Show, they're big time, they're next level. And you expect that, and there's no question about that. There's one that just had us from hello. He's an absolute man-child. Your heavy is champion.
Congratulations to your champion Dark Cross, exhibited by Cameron Cliff from Randall County 4-H. Now brings in Zachary Kai Blunt from Kirk County to show for reserve champion Dark Cross.
We dropped that reserve out, and there was, there's some, it gets closer out here between him and the champion middle, just simply due to the fact that, that middle's a burly, stout bear in his own right, but you get next to him, and there's just no question in our opinion. The other stout, burly man amongst boys in this division is a reserve heavy. He's going to be reserve.
Reserve champion comes out of the heavyweight division as well. Reserve champion Dark Cross, exhibited by Zachary Kai Blunt. Congratulations to him. Again, first wave one is complete with those selections. Tune back in on Wednesday. We'll start the light wave. Again, thanks for tuning in. We look forward to you next Wednesday. We'll start wave 2 at 7 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.